So imagine a world without grasses, basically. And prior to the early Cretaceous, you go back to the Jurassic period, no flowers. A world without flowers and without grasses. Yeah, no flowering plants. The angiosperms are the group of plants that, you name a plant and chances are it's going to be an angiosperm. That whole group didn't even evolve until the early Cretaceous period. So instead, you had what we call gymnosperms and other plants like that. You had conifers, like pine trees, redwoods, stuff like that. You had ferns, you had cycads, horsetails and club mosses and spike mosses. But stuff like this, the sagebrush, this is a flowering plant, as I understand it. This is an angiosperm. These guys did not exist during the Cretaceous period. They had not evolved yet.
Oh, look at those luscious lashes. Reminds me of me, Yeah. Going. But yeah.
To the woods, and then you hear this almost like a whale singing, and that was the wind whistling through those slats. They knew it would do that when they built it, but that was just the right design for the slats in order to provide the least amount of wind resistance, so the bridge wouldn't sway as much. But I guess kind of a side effect of that is you get the sound. Fascinating stuff.
Oh, boy, if you got a population like this. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Got a lot of history. She hasn't done the biggest stuff, though.
Okay. Ready? 1, 2.
Forget what her
Nice.
Nicely done. All right.
scared the crap out of me.
I didn't know that was going on right now. Holy cow. Did you guys see the flip?
Holy flip.
Somebody clip that. Nicely done, guys.
Oh, so fired. There was a big pile of rocks on top of it. Fisher. Oh, and it's on live stream too.
Oh.
Oh, you're so in trouble. Oh. Should we tell the story of why I am so upset?
Should we? Please.
I think so.
Yeah.
We have these nails that we use to make our mapping grid.
Yeah.
Later, if you want, I could show you one of the maps from last year.
Can you point to the nail right there?
Yeah, there's one here.
They're, as you can tell, chat, they're kind of hard to spot sometimes.
Yeah. And there's little nails, and we have some larger nails.
Yeah.
That one says 50 east, 96 north. So the north line goes this way, east west line goes this way. And so when we map the bones, we have a little meter square that we put over, and then we draw our map on our little square of graph paper. And so that's how we map the bones in. And it's really nice to have the grid squares from last year, because that way it's consistent, and then we don't have to reset the grid, which also has some inaccuracies. So I always tell people the most important thing out here, even more important than the fossils or our health or having dinner, is to make sure that you do not mess with the nails. And so Fisher knows that well. He's been here for 3 seasons, and that one was kind of a vulnerable nail because we are moving dirt here. And so that we wouldn't mess with it, we actually put a big pile of rocks around it.
Oh. Well, that disguised the nail.
Covered it in matrix.
Somebody
and then...
forgot that there was a nail under the pile. The tag is gone. No dinner for him tonight.
Says Lapra, which is apparently a bastardization of its Japanese name Laplas. Oh, or Laplace. Lapras. Oh, shoot. Alright, well, maybe it's called Lapras. Lapras. See that shell on its back? You can ride on it. It's called a Lapras. Lapras. Lapras, bejeweled. Mr. Foss.
Gotta get rid of that winter coat. Oh, hey. You watch yourself.
I know you're the landlord, but I know my rights. I know my rights. If there's one thing that you take away from this stream, I want it to be this. You ready? These guys right here, plesiosaurs. Here's like a mythical representation of a plesiosaur. There's Urquhart Castle behind it in Loch Ness. Plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. Again, for those in the back, plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. They were not dinosaurs. They never were. Plesiosaurs and dinosaurs are different animals. They are from different branches on the reptile family tree. Plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. You got that? Plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. There you go, Ladina. Yes.
And, you know, here it almost looks kind of ponderous and slow. And, you know, dragging its tail on the ground right there. We know these animals did not drag their tails. That tail should be held aloft. Right up in the air like that. Waving those dorsal plates around saying, hey, look at me. Yeah.
I could do it, however, with Godzilla. So we'll see.
Get wrecked, Larry Martin.
Hello? You butt dial me? Yes. Thank you for everything, everybody. And with any luck, I'll be streaming again tomorrow, maybe from the Ceratopsian site. We'll see. But yeah, hope you learned something today. Hope you had a good time. Hope you've got a newfound appreciation for paleontology and for the history of life on our incredible planet Earth. Until next time, everybody, you take care of yourselves, and let's go tune in to Science Streams. Calm. Some lo-fi paleo beats to relax and study to.
Hey. Yeah.
This isn't from the time of the dinosaurs, but this is from the last ice age.
That's overburden. Here.
Uh-oh. It's stuck. This is not a great advertisement for the game right now. But oh, never mind. My controller is turned off. Last here with the Gibbon for a second. You having a good day? Yeah, seemed pretty chill. Yeah.
Cool, thank
All
you.
right. Thanks so much for stopping by.
Thanks so much. I was going to check. Oh yeah, this is what I was going to do. Would you like my beaver?
Sure.
It's Becky's beaver.
That's lovely. Thank you very much. I
Do you want a
appreciate
beaver?
that.
Oh yes. There you go. There's 1,000 of them. I'm giving out 1,000 beavers. Yeah. Cool, thank you.
Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Awesome. It's so
I'll see you
good to
around.
meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
What do you stream, by the way? You do music?
I do DJing.
DJing.
And then I've also started an IRL stream.
Very
so
cool.
this is the DJ stream, and then
Nice.
the IRL one is the same name but with IRL on it.
Nice, very nice.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, cool.
Great
I'll
to
be
meet
in
you. I'll have to
chat,
check you out.
Yeah.
We've got critters like these. We've got, maybe that's supposed to be a young Camarasaurus or Haplocanthosaurus. I'm not sure who that's supposed to be. Maybe it was supposed to be Brontosaurus. Brontosaurus back in the day with that boxy Camarasaur type skull.
Really spectacular.
We've got Ceratosaurus up there.
The Lenina gifted
And Stegosaurus down here.
Subscription. The Lenina gifted
So all three of these dinosaurs are from the Morrison, from the end of the Jurassic period. So this is a pretty famous sculpture. I remember seeing pictures of this in books when I was a kid. I had a United States Dinosaur Travel Guide book that I think may have been put together in association with the Travel Channel. But I read that book cover to cover I don't know how many times when I was a kid. And this is one of the really prominent pictures in it.
And when somebody asks you about it, you could say, yes, this one here is a replica. The real thing I donated to a museum, or I funded its excavation. That's because of me. And they were so grateful for that that they gave me this to show off. How much cooler is that? It's the difference between being a benevolent philanthropist, making the world a better place, and being a Bond villain, you know? Like, ha ha ha, Mr. Bond. Before you die, let me show you my genuine Tyrannosaurus fossil that I am keeping away from the scientists so that no one can learn from it or appreciate it apart from me, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Now you want to replicate UberWorks?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Got a lot of history. She hasn't done the biggest stuff, though.
Okay. You ready? One.
Forget what her
Nice.
Nicely done. All right.
scared the crap out of me.
I didn't know that was going on right now. Holy cow. Did you guys see the flip? Sick.
I put this in front of Deanna's workstation.
That's great, Howard. Tend to be pretty similar throughout the rest of the skeleton. It's just the skull is wildly different. Whoop. Well, there goes my visual aid. I'll have to get that later. Let's hope I can find it. I don't want to be littering.
There was a partial skull, I think, from the 1970s, 1940, but it wasn't very good. And then in the 2000s, they started to find one or two nice, complete skulls of Thescelosaurus. And they found that it looked really quite different from Hypsilophodon. It had like a long, pointy snout and various other features that mark it out as being quite distinct. So a number of years ago, let's say 3 years ago, actually, no, it was pre-COVID, so it would have been about 2019 probably. We climbed into the pit and we got out our saw and we sawed the head off the Thescelosaurus. And I tell the kids, as is traditional in Britain, I put it on public display.
On a pike,
Yeah, on a spike, to serve as a warning for other dinosaurs. And we got a cast from a Trebold of a nice reconstruction of the real skull and stuck it on there. And
Edmontosaurus. Check that out. Holy cow. It's so big it like doesn't even fit in the frame. Look at that right there. Look at that. Truly impressive, if you ask me. I think that is pretty darn cool. Look at it. And let's put the lower jaw on too. Murph, thank you for those 10 gift subs. Very generous of you. I really appreciate that. I am just as excited as, well shoot, as this Tinamou bird is. For the arrival of those 10 generous gift subs. That is... Oh shoot, not again.
Murph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Murph. Holy moly. Don't worry about that Tinamou bird. He'll be fine. Thank you, Murph. Thank you very, very much. There's a decent chance that the iguanodonts that we're digging up here might be a new species or a new genus. It's hard to say if they're the same, if they're coeval with Iguanocolossus, and we don't have a lot of overlapping material. Like, what do we actually have from Iguanocolossus? Do you remember?
It's a maxilla, which is
a
upper jaw.
Upper jawbone, yeah.
Squamosal, which is behind the eye. A syringular, which is from the jaw. And then a bunch of miscellaneous bones from the rest of the body. So bits of limb, bits of vertebrae, ribs and stuff.
So in order to be able to tell if this dinosaur is the same one as Iguanocolossus, we got to find some overlapping material.
So we need a squamosal and a syringular.
Yeah.
Because if those are the bones that have the unique features, we can't tell if they're the same animal unless we have the exact same bones to compare.
Right. So cross your fingers we can find some of those this year. Because I don't think we found any of those so far, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, that's why we're here, you know?
yeah, you want to, we've got...
Yeah, holy cow. Check out Scutellosaurus here.
Yeah, so
This is incredible, Rob. Holy cow.
Yeah, so this, when was that excavated? In the
It would have
70s?
been,
About around 1980?
yeah.
Okay, well, right.
No, it was in the 70s.
Okay.
Early 70s.
Okay,
actually.
so this was an animal that was found roughly 40 years ago. Little creature, but what's incredibly important about this animal
is that it's one of the earliest armored dinosaurs. And when things are this small, you just don't get them preserved, period, let alone with a nice set of armor. Now, having said that, all the armor that you see, a lot of this was restored, although there were over 100 pieces of armor. So this came from the Navajo Reservation in northern Arizona. And
go put pants on. I do have pants on, ZG Soldier. We get a big collective paleo salute for Claire Burr. Let's get those going in the chat. Thank you very much, Claire. It's a big deal. We love calamari. Yes, indeed. Yeah, calamari Dunbury, right? Wolothobo? And applause. Yes. Thank you, Claire.
And this guy pulls something out of his pocket.
Yeah.
Passes it over to me. What do you think of this? And I look at this thing and it's like, this. That's Spielberg's raptor. And I look at it and I go, well, mine's bigger. It's not as fat, it's more of a blade. That one is actually not even a biologic logarithmic curve.
Yeah.
It's a weird curve. And it's textured like a ram's horn, which is not how a claw's gonna look.
And Self Universe says, when you were a child, did you want to grow up to dig out exciting things?
Help me out there, Danny.
Oh, yeah.
This is my dream job as a child.
Let you run around a little bit. Now flip over there.
Get some energy in ya.
You want to see the data? Me too, Balint. Show me the data, you know? Yeah. Dear Professor Danny, thank you for the insightful stream discussions and analysis on birds. When I took drawing and painting classes, my teachers mentioned tarot birds and the keel of the sternum, which helps with flight. If I hadn't learned about these topics throughout your streams, I would not have understood what they were referring to. So thank you.
Then I walked around to the other side of the boulder, and there's a cobble sitting there. I picked up that rock, and I turned it over.
It was the skull, isn't it? Was it the skull? I promise I haven't seen this before. Was it the skull there?
Side of the boulder, and there's a cobble sitting there. I picked up that rock, and I turned it over, and there's this dinosaur skull staring back.
Bingo.
At me. So if you have the skull on one side...
I think this is appropriate, yeah. Just hanging 10 on Champsosaurus. Best feature of the game right here. They should make this a mini game. Oh, into the cypress tree. Ah!
Sedimentologists and sometimes paleontologists to pick up a piece of rock like this, break off a little piece, then chew it in your teeth. And that kind of allows you to get a real tactile sense for like the grain size and the consistency of the rock. Is it a mudstone? Is it a siltstone? How grainy or fine is it? How smooth is it? That kind of thing. So I'll do a lot of that when I'm like taking a stratigraphic section. So like when you're measuring out you know, like how high a particular site is in a given formation, and you want to like take stock of all the changes that are occurring in the rock.
Yeah,
It's worth it to see you appreciate the effort poured into it. Oh, P-Funki, this is an incredible game, and I am so amazed at all of the people who have poured so much effort into it. It's incredible.
And I want to see it continue to grow and become successful, and so I'm going to be streaming this a lot. And I'm honestly having so much more fun with this than I would with a more popular game like Ark or the Isle or the Jurassic World game or whatever. This is where it's at, and I am so excited about it. Oh yeah. Well, hello everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Let me get my volume set up properly. I just realized it's not quite where it should be. There we go. How are ya? It's good to be back home. It's good to be back. I was gonna say in civilization, but we were smack dab in the middle of civilization in St. George, Utah, despite doing fieldwork. It's cool. We'll be talking about that. We'll be doing kind of a recap. We might catch up on a little bit of fossil news today, although tomorrow is going to be our big news day, I suspect. And we'll be doing a lot of Q&A today. So I hope you've brought your best questions. I can be more responsive to chat than I am when I'm in the field. So, anyhow, if it's anybody's very first time here, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about my wheelhouse, dinosaurs. More broadly, speaking about natural history, about extinction and evolution and the fossil record, about how we as paleontologists can figure these things out using evidence gleaned from the rocks, from fossils. If that sounds interesting to you, I hope you stick around and I hope you ask some questions. Questions are the bread and butter of our stream share. That's the majority of what we do. The whole point of these broadcasts is to give you an inside peek into how paleontology works and to give you an opportunity to get the inside scoop. You know? Everybody's got questions about the history of life on Earth. Everybody's got questions about dinosaurs, frankly. And I'm here to answer them to the best of my ability. So I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Kenny H.Y. says, what are those fossils on the wall today? We've got Dilophosaurus from the early Jurassic period, a skull of Scelidosaurus here, and Heterodontosaurus right there. And then I've got some Growliter tracks here. They're a little bit more subtle, but that's in theme for what we were talking about in St. George, what we were excavating in St. George. So, yeah. We'll be doing a recap of what we were working on in St. George, of course. I'll be checking the news, seeing if there are any new articles about that. We're going to have Andrew Milner a call, and then I might actually ask for some donations, too, to get a new camping chair for Jim Kirkland, who's going to be out in the field with us this summer at Doling's Bowl. I just talked to Jim on the phone this morning, and, yeah. So, anywho, let me scroll up through the chat, see who's here. I believe Matt M33 was first today, and Kodali, of course, too. How are you doing, Kodali? Welcome. The Lenina... Lenina, I hope you had a great weekend. It's good to see you. Who else have we got? Arle, hope you had a good weekend too. It's good to see you. Casey Snowart, howdy. Bad Joker says hello. Right back at you, Bad Joker. How are you doing? Moxie Drinker and Johnny Kilo. Sloppy Salamander, hello.
Just a few of the questions surrounding these fantastic animals.
An Undisclosed Space Frog, thank you so much for the 38 months of support. Really appreciate that.
Sure do.
What happened here? Our lights turned off and they didn't turn back on here. We're having some lighting issues. There's a glitch. Quit. Okay. Wait, what's going on? Oh, maybe my, gosh darn it. Hang on a second. I think my payment information is out of date, so they turned the lights off. Somebody stole my credit card number, and I had to get a new credit card, and this must be one of the ones I didn't update things on yet. Figure out what email address this is. Sorry, everybody. You would think that they would let you know right away. But, no, they don't. Sign in with Twitch. Okay. Hang on just a minute, everybody. Sorry, this is far less intuitive than it should be. Here, let me... There's that. I can control that with my phone, but in order to get it to work properly with this... Whatever, I'll see if I can figure it out later. Maybe... We're gonna roll with it like this. Anywho. It's just been one thing after another, honestly, recently. When I was trying to leave St. George on Saturday afternoon, my car alarm wouldn't stop going off. There was something wrong with the key fob, it seemed. So I went and got a new battery for the key fob, and that didn't solve the problem. And I said, okay, I'm just gonna hit the road, gonna start driving back to California, and we'll see if it resolves itself. I pull into the hotel parking lot for the evening. I booked a hotel about halfway on my way, so it's only like a 6-hour drive. Instead of a 12-hour drive, it was 6 hours on either side, you know? With a hotel stay that night in between. Pull into the hotel, and they tell me that the internet's not working at the hotel. I said, okay, great. I know this is a super cheap place. It's just a cheapo motel. I suppose that's fine. You know, I was looking forward to getting some work done. I guess I'll have to save that until later. And I go into the room. Hot water isn't working either. And my car alarm kept going off again. And I'm like, this is unworkable. So I go back to the office, try and get a refund, succeed. I'm like, okay, I guess I've got another 6 hours of driving. I'm just gonna go home in one straight shot. And so I did. It was a lot, and I was tired, but I made it. Anyway, it's just been one thing after another like that for the past several days. Just things not going right. Systems breaking. I was trying to update my website recently, and anyway. That wasn't working either. All kinds of things going wrong. But I'm glad you're here, everybody. We're gonna have a fun stream, despite any technical difficulties which might arise. Who else do we have in the chat? The Spy and Taxdu, Golganek and Ms. Art Rules, Nelf and Mudman, MS Coggins and Wombat Hole, Fall Machine and Fumeling, Penny HY and Kaz the Dapper Lass.
For 4 months doesn't feel that long.
And Duster 333, thank you for the 4 months of support. Really appreciate that. Okay, I don't think this is a payment issue. I think this is just the program being buggy. I might have to just turn that off. What the heck here?
We've got an amazing 70-million-year-old dinosaur egg. And they're
Thank you, Chaotic Time Traveler, for the 20 months of support.
Cool.
Really appreciate that. Oh, Dust, yeah. Thank you. And 10 gift subs from Spartan.
Spartan Zero is
Thank you very much for
overloading the
that.
system with 10 gift subs.
Excellent. Really appreciate that, Spartan. Here, let's get our... I don't know why it's doing this. Look at this Tinamu bird. So excited about your generosity. Thank you very much, Spartan. I appreciate that. And, Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. Thank you, Spartan. Appreciate you. Holy moly. Yeah. Good stuff. Prehistoric Plaza, hello to you. What's shaken? Jesse by day. Spiffiness. Fiona the T-Rex. Murph. How are you doing, Murph? Howdy, howdy. Yeah. Disco Fountain and XVR. How are you doing, XVR? We need a gym emoji. That would be... I'm sure he'd be flattered. Lordy, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Little Pink Pony. What's shaking with you? And Fiona the T-Rex, thank you for those 100 bits. Alright, I guess I gotta turn the lights on manually every time we get something like that. Here, what I'm gonna do... Alright, we don't want that. Alright, goodness. This doesn't have... Hang on a second, chat. This is gonna be really irritating, but I gotta do it.
Dyson Dinosaur and their 11 raiders would also like to dig deeper.
Well, it's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Oh. Thank you for the raid there. Let's see if this fixes it. Dyson Dinosaur, how was your stream? I hope it was excellent. What's shaken? Lumia's stream needs to restart. Okay, restart now. Alright, there we go. Ah, okay. Hopefully that solved the problem. Cross your fingers. Dyson Dinosaur, Filippo, how was your stream? I hope it was excellent. How are ya? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah, good stuff. All right. Scrolling down. Bush Doctor, Kestrel, Cholesterol, Holly K, Marika. How was everybody? Yeah. Reshaped my streaming set after 3 years. Very nice, Dyson Dinosaur. I hope the changes are ones you're happy with. We've got a hype train going. Beautiful. Halfway to a level 3 here with a minute and a half left. And Ken, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Paleo Ken. I hope you're having a good day.
Paleo birds are dinos 3, paleo birds are dinos 2, and
Victorious.
167. Awesome.
Thank you for the 34 months of support. Really appreciate that, Victorious. Excellent. Yeah. Duster asks, any new 3D prints? No, I haven't had time to do that. The 3D printer is quiet right now. Both of them are. I might need to get some more filament. Yeah. But we'll be working on some other projects soon, I'm sure. And Halle Berry, how are you doing? Hey to you too. I hope you had a great weekend. I hope your work at the site was good. It was, I gotta say, this was one of my favorite parts of being out there in the field this time around, was meeting folks from this community, from Twitch chat, who were there in person helping out in St. George. It was incredible. Just warmed my heart. You were one of those, Halle Berry. Thank you so much for all of your help. XVR was there too. And Matt and Mark Ostrom. Michael F01, thank you for the 21 months of support there. Really appreciate that. Halle Berry says, I did. It was great. I absolutely love it. I'm glad I got to meet you. Same here, Halle Berry. I'm still getting used to the idea of meeting people in real life who show up because of these streams. You know, it's still... I haven't gotten over the novelty of that yet. So, if I seem to... like I clammed up a little bit or couldn't find the right words at any moment when I'd met you there in person. That's why. Still kind of coming to terms with I guess the power of online community like this and how it can bleed into IRL in a really beautiful way. It's something to be proud of. Anyhow, yeah. Adam the Sage wants to know, have I ever found any ammonites? Of course I have, yeah. Yeah. I've never really gone out specifically looking for ammonites. In any particular locality. I've never, like, worked with an ammonite person to collect ammonites. But I found a few ammonites here and there, just kind of walking around some marine outcrop at certain times. None of them were ever particularly pretty, but, bits and pieces of ammonites I found. Yeah. How's your SVP preparation going, says Dyson Dinosaur? I just learned the other day that the abstract submissions are open. I'm gonna see if I can present 2 different things this year, like I did last year. One in the, like, methods and outreach session, and then one in the research session. Got some ideas, but I really gotta sit down at some point and work on that. I might do that on Friday this week. We'll see. Yeah. Thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that, Hogan. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. And Halle Berry says, me too. But it was wonderful. I'm going to go back as much as I can. Thank you, Halle Berry, for your help there. I work, so I can only go on weekends, but that was probably my 4th time going, and I love it. That is phenomenal. Thank you, Halle Berry, for all of your help. And again, that goes to anybody who's helped out with this project. Our emergency dig in St. George. It's pretty incredible, honestly. The amount of support that this community has offered. Definitely something to be proud of. Start my research abstract as well. Nice, Dyson Dinosaur. Nice. Yeah. And dinosaur suits. I don't know what you mean by that, Nell. What? Dinosaur suit? Yeah. Halle Berry says, it's so great to be able to meet you and Andrew and Jim and Jaleesa. Everyone is so great. We're lucky to have such a good group of people. For sure. Here, for anybody wondering what we're talking about, just in case you missed the past week's streams. Here we go. Let's pull up that quick video from that Claire edited together for us. Channel.
Here we go. It's going to be a bit noisy today. Just look what's going on behind me. We've got the heavy equipment here. Welcome everybody to St. George, Utah. We're across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. Here we are at this emergency fossil excavation. I'm glad you're here. The whole point of these broadcasts is not just to show you how fossil excavation works, but also to drum up support for the project right here, right now, because this is urgent. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If it's your very first time, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here in Utah. Drove the 11 or 12 hours to get here from the Bay Area to show you this and to help out however I can.
Oh, and how are you doing, Asher? Hello, hello.
We're in the Moenavi right now. Pretty special place. This is the very beginning of the Jurassic period. This is just after the extinction event at the end of the Triassic. And so this is a time when the world is changing. You know, this is kind of the beginning of dinosaurs ruling the Earth.
A brave new world.
Creatures that were sort of dominant before this Things like phytosaurs, things like Rawasuchians, Dicynodonts. Those guys have all fallen by the wayside. They've gone extinct. And dinosaurs are beginning to take over the Earth right here, right now.
Tanaga Comics, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
At this time that these rocks represent. What's interesting here is that this is...
Wait, Nell is saying you apparently have a tattoo of an almond? Was Claire pulling my leg? No, I literally have a tattoo of an almond on my leg now. Yeah. Do you want to see? I can grant you that. This is from last summer, working in the almond formation with Ethan Cowgill and the rest of the crew. Ethan's brother is a tattoo artist, and he was doing free tattoos for the crew. But so he brought his tattoo gun out there. He has like a little mobile setup. In the same way that I have a mobile streaming rig, he has a mobile tattoo setup. So it was late one night. It was probably around midnight. It was like during a thunderstorm. Bunch of us were getting tattoos from a professional tattoo artist. Like, no joke.
Hey, can I just get a thing? Living dinosaur.
Ethan Stone, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Let me find those photos. That was a fun summer. Yeah. Here's Ethan's brother right here. There's Quinn right there. And then that's Luke getting tattooed. So he got so we all got almond tattoos. That was what was on offer as a free thing. So Luke got his right here, kind of in the web between his index finger and his thumb. And yeah. There's Ethan right there looking on. He's so excited. I don't think we have do we have a photo of me getting mine? Mine might have been a couple days later, actually. Here's Fisher getting his. There's Ken in the background looking on. But yeah, this is Ethan's brother. Ethan has two brothers, and I'm getting their names mixed up, and I'm pretty sure this is Josh. Josh Cowgill. Yeah. Ken says, I've created a cult. Ethan, yeah. I don't think we have photos of mine.
That was flood affected earlier this month, has just announced their Dino Dig experiences for next month, as they hope roads will be open out there soon, although they're 4x4 access only for the foreseeable future due to damage.
Okay, Dinosaur Dave, thank you for the 200 bits and for the announcement there. Appreciate that. If anybody happens to be down in Straya, you check that out. Yeah, thank you, Dinosaur Dave. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. And was it on the... No, it must have been that night. I just don't have the photos. I need to have somebody send those to me. I think Fisher took a bunch of photos. Oh, there it is, while it was fresh. The almond tattoo. And, here. I can show you here. You ready? That's it right there. Let's get another view. One that should be, a bit clearer. There we go. It's an almond. It's not quite focused properly, but you get the idea. Yeah. Yeah, my first tattoo. It's so far only tattoo. They say once you get one, you're bound to get a bunch more in rapid succession. That's not happened, and I'm not sure it will. But, yeah, a bunch of us almond brothers, members of the crew, got together at SVP and took a group photo let me find that. This would have been November of last year. There's me, Ken, and Fisher having dinner on the first night at SJP at a sushi place next to the conference. But where's the photo of a bunch of us together? That's gonna be... Shoot, I don't know if I took that. It might not be on my camera roll. I guess it's not. It must have been texted to me. Yeah, there's a good chance that Ken texted it to me. Let me look through my text real quick. Oh! Ken, thank you. Ken sent me a picture of me getting the tattoo from Ethan's brother right there. Yeah. Yeah. Regadactylus says, I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but that picture made you all look like a Beastie Boys cover band. It's not the worst thing to be, Regadactylus. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you, Ken. I'm gonna save this. Come on, Windows. It's freezing up. Okay. There we go. Oh, it's such a small picture. Oh well. It's grainy, but there's the Almond crew at the back of the poster hall at SVP last year. Yeah, there's Ken. There's Nick Oliver. There's Spencer. There's Fisher. There's me. The Almond Boys. Almond Brothers. Anywho, yeah. Good stuff. Anywho, those, what did we get distracted from? What was this tangent veering away from? Well, we were talking about St. George. Yeah. And Stolly says, what is the dinosaur's name that is on the wall with the crest on its head? Are you talking about Dilophosaurus right here? Yeah. The reason I've got a Dilophosaurus on the wall today... by the way, this is the same dinosaur from Jurassic Park, but in real life it was much bigger and cooler than the one in the movie. As you can see in that image there. But Dilophosaurus is our kind of closest approximation to the Eubrontes track maker. So the critter that was leaving these big footprints on the shores of ancient Lake Whitmore 200 million years ago. There we go. Yeah, then you've got these famous images of the critter sitting down. We don't actually know precisely what that dinosaur looked like.
Put dinosaurs in your dinosaur movie.
And Beer and Garlic Only Diet, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Beer and Garlic, good to have you. Yeah, we don't know precisely what this dinosaur looked like because we just have its tracks and then a handful of vertebrae and teeth. But the dinosaur that's closest in time, as far as like big meat-eating dinosaurs go, the dinosaur that's closest in time to this would be Dilophosaurus. Although Dilophosaurus is about 10 million years younger than those footprints. But still, this is our best approximation so far. As it would have been like Dilophosaurus. It's not Dilophosaurus. No way is it Dilophosaurus. You know, Dilophosaurus is 10 million years later. But that's usually the critter that we use as kind of a stand-in, given that we don't know exactly what that dinosaur looked like. Does that make sense? Yeah. And a dino panda. I mean, the coloration is speculative. We don't know what colors this dinosaur was cast at Dapper Labs. So, May have looked like this. May have looked like this. Or like this, or this. We don't know. Brian Eng's Dilophosaurus looks like this, and I think that's a really cool representation. He did a really neat display for the Las Vegas Museum of Natural History. There we go. Here's his process of putting together that model.
After over a year in construction, through the numerous challenges of a pandemic, a new exhibit takes the stage at the Las Vegas Natural History Museum.
I didn't get a chance to go to the museum.
A life-size Dilophosaurus
I'll
sculpture
just give you my message up
based
front.
on the largest...
Try not to go extinct.
And Mefo Biagel, thank you for the follow. Mefo Biagal, thank you so much for following. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Is there a proper way to say your name? Let me know if I've butchered it too badly. You can feel free to correct me.
Featuring a life-size Dilophosaurus sculpture based on the largest known specimen found in northern Arizona.
And we have no indication that Dilophosaurus actually spat venom. Nightfall the Red, yeah. Nor that it had like a big neck frill like that. We've got no reason to think that's the case. Yeah.
This new exhibit seeks to explore an emerging realm of discovery, as fossil footprints from the ancient ecosystem that Dilophosaurus once roamed have now recently been found in the Aztec sandstone of Nevada.
Very cool. Yeah.
These new discoveries connect the early Jurassic of Nevada to the early Jurassic of Utah and Arizona, where the bones of Dilophosaurus
There we go. There's one of those vertebrae from St. George. We saw one of those on display.
and its close relatives have been found in a similar ecology in association with similar footprints. In addition to a large Dilophosaurus, the exhibit features replicas of footprints found in Nevada, as well as tritylodonts, early relatives of mammals who once roamed this ancient desert landscape,
And they laid eggs.
and whose footprints are among the most abundant found in the early Jurassic rocks of western North America. This is the single
What a
largest
cool model.
paleo art project I've designed and led the fabrication of so far, and it's based on the discoveries and insights of paleontologists Josh Bondi, Adam Marsh, Andrew Milner, Ron Tykowski,
Milner.
Steve Rowland, Matthew Brown, and others. The exhibit is now open at the Las Vegas Natural History Museum.
Very cool. I really want to check
Join
this out.
us and experience a new vision of the mysterious world of the early Jurassic in Nevada.
So if any of you happen to be in Las Vegas or anywhere nearby, check this out. Then go check out the museum in St. George, too. Yeah. Very cool. Here's a link to that video right here. Yeah. Very cool stuff. I really would like to visit LVNHM. Didn't have a chance to this trip, but maybe sometime soon.
Basically like the banks of a giant ancient lake we call Lake Whitmore. So at the very beginning of the Jurassic period, 200 million years ago, give or take, this was kind of a marginal coastline
It's whatever.
environment
I'm back
around
home.
an enormous lake.
Things are
We've
good.
got strata here that are from dry land, right near the edge of the water, and then we've got strata that are from under the water. Why is this land not protected if there's so many ancient fossils? Good question. Yeah, that's not necessarily my department. I think it's kind of crazy that this land isn't protected. It belongs to the city, so this is city property here, belongs to the city government, and the city has decided that they're going to build an electrical substation on the site. And so we're doing whatever we can to salvage these fossils before the bulldozers roll in.
Yeah. So this is what I was involved with for the past week. Most of you were here for those streams, I think. was a ton of fun.
I want to make
Just a
something very
privilege to be
clear.
able to
This
share
heavy
that with
equipment over here is on our side. Some local businesses, some local business people, some community members have very generously donated their time and their equipment to help us with this. Very, very grateful these kind folks have stepped in to help us. This is the kind of community support that we really need, and we're deeply grateful to them. I'm going to figure out who they are, actually, so that we can give them a shout out. Who is this right here, so that we can...
The two dump trucks are from the city of St. George.
So this is, of course, curator Andrew Milner here. We're going to give him a call in a few minutes and try and get a live update from the site like we've been doing. Something pretty exciting Andrew was texting me about earlier. They found another theropod tooth, a big one. Big, nice one from a meat-eating dinosaur. Right after I left on Saturday, apparently.
They're
from the city?
Well, they're employees, so that's amazing.
That's awesome.
So that was set up by the city for us. And then in the cat, that's Randy Jones.
Randy Jones.
Yeah, Randy Jones is awesome. He owns Canyon Crest Contractor.
Awesome. Well, shoot. Thank you, Randy Jones and Amin Bateman. And
the site is still closed for Easter Day. Is that right, XVR? Okay, gotcha.
The city of St. George, too, for lending us those dump trucks and the drivers. That's
we'll give Andrew a call anyway.
We need all the help we can get. So shout out to them. Yeah. Thanks, Andrew.
You're welcome. I'm about ready to give another contractor a call.
Excellent. Good luck.
Yeah.
Busy guy. All right. What we're going to do now, before I call Andrew, let's see if we've got... any more news coverage. Let's see, March 10th, March 14th, 18 days ago. It's the first time I'm checking this since getting home. Doesn't look like we've got anything new. There's this, of course.
Discovery site is a fossil dig site where
many
crews
times have
are
it-
working.
Oh, by the way, there's the Dilophosaurus that they have there in the museum. Again, it's not Dilophosaurus that was leaving these tracks, but this is the closest dinosaur that we have body fossils of that's been named that we can show here as an
Fossil
example.
dig site where crews are working on a deadline. The city of St. George is expected to begin construction on a new power substation in May, making the fossils there unattainable. So crews from across the U.S. and as far away as England are trying to pull as much as they can from the ground before then. Paleontologist and science communicator Danny Aduza traveled to Utah from Oakland, California to support these efforts by live streaming on his Twitch channel, Paleontologizing, and joining the excavation.
About a month ago, I heard from the state paleontologist here in Utah, Jim Kirkland, about this kind of emergency fossil excavation going on.
Anywho, yeah, I'll give you a link to this. Right there. But, yeah. We'll give Andrew a call here in a minute. And thank you, Barian. It is good to be home. And... but yeah, at Deathsaurus, we'll be talking about that tomorrow. We'll be doing our big fossil news catch-up tomorrow, including some brand new dinosaurs to discuss. So I'm excited about that. But today I wanted to kind of take things a little bit easier and start to do like a recap of our work in St. George and all that. There we go. So let's give Andrew a call here. Let's see if he is available right now.
Hello?
Hey, Andrew, it's Danny Anduza.
Hi, Danny. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. I've got you on with, we've got 276 people watching right now. And
Okay.
we're hoping to get an update from the site. I hear things are still closed for today?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
We had David working with Jeff Martz yesterday.
Nice. Okay.
And Jeff's been getting a lot of rock sawing done while while we're off.
Right.
And
Yeah. Okay.
and today there was, let me think, there were 6 people along with Jeff.
Uh-huh.
So Dustin and David were there.
Okay.
And then 3 other people. I don't know if anything new is being found,
Uh-huh.
but it catch up on the specimen inventory.
Right. Yeah.
And we're up to 828 plus specimens. So there's still a ton of stuff. There's still a ton of stuff at the site that we have to inventory.
Uh-huh.
So,
You're probably going to break 1,000 by the end of the week.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Yeah, it is good.
And was it Saturday? I think just after I left, somebody found that theropod tooth too?
Yeah, there was a shark spine and the theropod tooth found.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So
the
the theropod tooth is really nice.
Yeah.
So, the big loose blocks we took out?
Uh-huh.
And we stacked them to the side from the upper layer.
Yeah.
So Hunter was sitting there doing jackets, and Nathan was poking around at them, and while they were chatting, and he just knocked out one bone after another, and then he found the fifth theropod tooth. So
holy cow!
3 fossils within like 10 minutes. He brought
That's
over.
fantastic. Rich. That's a rich assemblage there. So I take it you're probably going to have a greater focus on some of those rocks after this, right? Given that it's been so rich.
Yeah. Well, I kind of knew already. It's richer if you go further to the west. When you move over to Freeman Quarry.
Okay. Okay.
And the beds are much thicker there.
Uh-huh.
So, same unit,
nice.
Just much thicker and more, and bone is more abundant.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah. So
well, cool.
We'll probably end up doing some more excavation in the future in Freeman Quarry.
Gotcha. Okay. And Freeman Quarry is, I'm trying to picture where that is. That's not the fenced off area, is it?
Yeah, that's the fenced off area.
It is. Okay. Cool. Cool. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Neat. Yeah. Well, I realize things have been closed, so you don't have too much to report, but it's good to be able to get a little bit of an update. Yeah, hope you're taking care of yourself tw. Hope you've been resting up.
No, I'm doing well. Actually, I'm outside setting up sprinkler systems. So,
so you're back home today.
There's no reps. Yeah, there's no reps. Yesterday, I spent my day updating the inventory. And got caught up on that. So, some other things, some other little interesting facts, I guess. We now have 34 theropod teeth.
34 theropod teeth. I didn't realize it was that many. I would have guessed like half a dozen. That's amazing.
Yeah, we're at 57 fish.
57 fish.
Yeah, and definitely more to come. And we've got now 3 partial shark spines.
Okay.
We have
nice.
113 hybidont shark teeth.
Holy cow. Oh, man.
What else? We've got 22 coelacanth remains.
Holy moly.
Actually, one of the fossils is quite rare, and that was found after you left. And it's actually a coelacanth scale. They're really distinct. So
wow.
That's now the second coelacanth scale. Not that exciting, but
that's still really cool. I come to think of it, I don't really know what a coelacanth scale looks like. Let me look that up real quick.
So they're kind of circular. One end is pretty much smooth, and the other end has longitudinal ridges along it.
Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. Huh.
Cool. So you
very cool.
Found one of the scales?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's very distinctive. Now I know what to look for, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
Pretty neat.
So yeah, not much else today, but I can see that a bunch more packages arrived when I left on Saturday evening.
Oh yeah,
There
things from
was-
the wish list.
Yeah, tons more things I didn't have a chance to look because I really wanted to get home.
Right.
And of course, tonight is a special night because the Canadians play Washington Capitals in the first game.
Sorry, say that again. You were breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, I said the Canadians play tonight, the first game in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
All right.
So,
well,
yeah.
I wish them all the luck in the world. I hope they win.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Awesome. Cool. Well, with that, I think I think we'll let you go. But if you don't mind, we'll call you on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday as well for periodic updates. And
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I'll be camping there.
All right. Awesome.
All right. Talk to you later.
Well, take care, Andrew.
Bye.
Thanks again. Bye. Well. Excellent. Everybody, that was curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum, Andrew R.C. Milner. Over 800 specimens logged so far. And what is it? 34 different theropod dinosaur teeth? The teeth from 34 different meat-eating dinosaur teeth. That's way more than I thought. That's really exciting. Oh, I really, really, really hope that we can get a maxilla or a dennary or something, one of these tooth-bearing bones, so that way we can match up the teeth to the skeleton. And that, if it's really nice, it could even be publishable. Like, we could have a new genus and species. That would be phenomenal. So, we'll see. Cross your fingers for that. But it's also really good to hear all these Amazon packages coming in. People, I think, largely from this community, contributing things. Thank you very much for your generosity, everybody. It does make a difference. And, yeah. Subsonic Flight wants to know, can they exhaust the whole area before the timeline? No, not a chance. Given that we don't actually know how deep everything goes, below the fish bed, there are footprints in the layer underneath, and there will definitely be more stuff there. So there's no shot that they can get everything out before April 30th. But the idea is, let's get out everything that we can before then. And maybe, just maybe, the folks at the city will change their mind about destroying the site. We're still holding on to hope about that. Because there's going to be so many more fossils there that we won't have time to get, you know? Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Hope they move that date back. That's what we're hoping for, Casey. Yeah. Or pick a new spot. Exactly. Yeah. And always, Fade Dog, I'll keep you posted about whether or not there's anything we can do. A petition to sign or somebody to call or something like that, but right now, there's going to be a meeting this week on Thursday with the city about all of this. And then once they hold that meeting, hopefully we'll have some more information and we'll know how to proceed. It's kind of a difficult situation politically because the land is owned by the city, the museum is owned by the city. Everyone's payroll at the museum is also tied to the city in kind of a complex way. So we got to make sure that we're playing nice with the city. You know what I mean? We can't be too strident about anything right now. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. Anyway. Yeah. A letter they wrote to the mayor saying alternate site. That's good to hear, Claire. Yeah. Anyway, let me scroll up the chat, see if I've missed anything. And yes, indeed, coelacanths. We've got a lot of coelacanth remains from the site. Cepheid variable. Pretty excited about that. Yeah. And let's see. Oh, Snowy the Velociraptor. That's Asher. Says, "Hey Danny, I found a complete Zemites. Want to see? Yeah, if you can post a link to the photo, it'd be great to take a look at that. Yeah, if that's possible. Love to see it." Yeah. By the way, when we were there in St. George on Saturday, there were some YouTubers on site who were shooting some footage. We'll check out their channel here briefly. First, let me find that part of the VOD. The King of Random, I believe, was the name of the channel. And I want to say it was toward the beginning of the stream that we were talking with them. Just trying to find that. Here we go.
All right. With Andrew in just a second here.
I do have Dana's business card, but okay, and this is mine, and then Jaleesa, who isn't here today. Okay. And I don't know where yours is.
Maybe we can talk to this guy. Let's see. Were you shooting a video earlier?
Yes.
Very cool. I'm doing a live stream right now. Is it okay if I get you on camera?
That's okay, yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Cool. Yeah, can we do a shout out for you? People can follow?
For sure. Yeah, it's the King of Random.
King of Random, okay.
Yep, YouTube
nice.
channel. And we're just doing a quick shoot. Wanted to show some of the stuff just like you.
Very cool. Really appreciate that. So I've got a Twitch channel called Paleontologizing.
Wonderful.
I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So I go around and stream field work during the summers. You know, when I'm back home in the office, in the off season, I'm going over new scientific papers, just trying to show people what paleontology is like.
Yeah.
So.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Well, yeah, check out the King of Random. We're going to do a video on this. And
we'll watch it on stream when it comes out.
We'd love
excited.
to. Yeah.
Thank you so much for helping out here. We're trying to spread the word about this as much as we can. It's really appreciated.
To do it, and honestly, I'd love to see if we can get a petition signed or something. Like, how do we build that? I can build websites. Maybe we do something. So,
yeah.
Can I give you my contact information?
Absolutely, yeah. Can I give you my card?
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't have my number on there, but
okay. I'll get on there.
Yeah, it's just paleontologizing@gmail.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Hey, I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Do a
Thanks so much.
one there.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Awesome. Yeah. It's it warms my heart. You know, any kind of.
Very cool. Let's check out their YouTube page real quick. King of Random. That's it right there. Yeah. PKOR.
Today on the King of Random, we're going to see...
Let's see here.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the King of Random. As you can see, this is not a regular studio, but whether you're a longtime fan of the channel or new, we are so glad you're here today because we're diving into something extra special. And as you know, we're all about carrying out Grant's incredible mission of exploring curiosity, pushing the boundaries of backyard science.
Hang on, was that... a recent thing? Like they're... Did the guy pass away?
Welcome to the King of Random. I am not your host, Janae Thompson. And you may have noticed some changes on the channel, but one change none of us have missed is the fact that Grant's not on the channel anymore. And ever since that point in time, the channel has never been the same. I am not unaware of this. And the reason
what did
I
happen?
am making this video, and
Wow, this is from Entertainment Tonight?
Hey guys, today I'm back with another liquid nitrogen experiment.
Grant Thompson, aka the King of Random, has died. Grant's brother Mark told TMZ the YouTuber had gone paragliding on Monday and never returned.
Making videos for the last 7 years have been one of the most challenging but most rewarding things I've ever done with my life. There are a lot of ups and downs in a YouTuber journey, but you've stuck with me through them all. That's why you're the best.
On Tuesday, a minute-long video was uploaded to Grant's YouTube channel, The King of Random, breaking the news that Grant had died. The description read, "It is with great sadness to inform everyone that Grant Thompson passed away last night."
Sorry to hear that. Yeah, it looks like they're trying to kind of continue his project, what he started here, and yeah, I wish them all the luck in the world. It's an honor that they came to the site in St. George, and I'm really looking forward to that video. I'm grateful for their help, and I hope it helps out a lot. Yeah. This is gutting system energy. I'll have to watch that off screen. Yeah. Anywho. St. George, I'm glad to be back home. It's a lot of work being out there and trying to chronicle everything and show people around, but I'm really grateful for the opportunity, and maybe we'll have a chance to go out there again sometime. It's probably not going to be for at least a few months, but we'll see. We'll see. I've got a lot of stuff planned for the summer already. Oh, I completely forgot about this. We were gonna do a Loch Ness Monster stream today? Shoot. Well, let's get rid of that, because that's not happening. Yeah, other stuff to talk about today. But this was on the anniversary of the surgeon's photo being taken, I think, or published. The one that turned out to be fake. Surgeon's photograph. This famous one right here. Yeah. It was a fake. Anyway, I'm not going to get sidetracked by that right now. We're going to get back into some more relevant topics to what we were working on in St. George. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah, that schedule was fake, just like Nessie. There you go, set feed variable. Apparently, yeah. Yeah. And Little Pink Pony, I agree. I think the phenomenon around the whole Loch Ness Monster thing, like, as a cultural phenomenon, I think it's really interesting. But, yeah. Absolutely zero reason to think that there's actually anything plesiosaur-like swimming around in that lake. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. I want to jump into something that we were talking about with Jeff Marks when we were on site. Let me see if I can find that clip. I want to say it was on our first or second day on site toward the end of the stream. There we go.
Way before.
Yep, that was the question that I got, yeah.
And then you've
Yeah.
got the Sundance Sea,
Uh-huh.
which came
During
down
the
here. We
Jurassic,
have
yeah.
middle Cambrian stuff here. We actually find in the Carmel Formation, we've been finding teeth of marine reptiles too.
Nice.
So there's a chance to fill that gap in the marine reptile record in North America, which would be really important.
Yeah.
So that's on our bucket list.
There you go, real men grow beards. That's a good point.
Is that here in the St. George Valley or?
Yeah, south side of the Pine Valley Mountains. There's
Oh, wow.
miles and miles of outcrop.
There's just nobody's ever really
There's
looked at.
all these beds of marl. That
Uh-huh.
You find shells and stuff. There's got to be something in
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Let's scoot forward a little bit and talk to Jeff Martz.
We've got only 372 people watching right now.
Okay.
But yeah, do you mind introducing yourself real quick?
Yeah, so I'm Jeff Martz. I'm the curator of paleontology at the Museum of Texas Tech University.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
And I mostly...
So I hadn't actually met Jeff before this, nor was I really familiar with his work, but really glad I got the opportunity to meet him and get to know him a little bit. The last evening, and it was just me and him camping on site, I was just asking him a series of incessant questions about the Triassic, about what he works on. And we're using this as a segue to be able to talk about the weird critters in the Triassic and why they went extinct. This is why we've got a lava lamp going on our stream today, because it was probably massive volcanism that led to that Triassic-Jurassic extinction event. To kind of orient you here, pull up our time chart. Yeah. Actually, before we even get to this, there we go. Here's a really cool video explaining the concept of geological time.
I'm standing next to some mountains that are millions of years old, and the Earth is itself 4.5 billion years old.
Yeah,
how do I
pretty
wrap my mind around that length of time?
Well,
that's a good question. Good question.
How can you imagine 4.5 billion years? And how does that compare to the amount of time that humans have been around? A geologist gave us the idea to use a football field as a metaphor, and that's exactly what we're going to do. At this end zone...
So this is American football. The field is 100 yards long. How does that compare to a football field, an international football field in meters? Is it 100 meters long? Like a proper football field? It's about the same-ish, says Claire. I realize it's about the same, but... and Boop the Snoot TTV, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. And shorter. Which one is shorter, Jerry Rick? What do you mean? Let's look it up. I've got the wealth of human knowledge at my fingertips here. How long is an English football field? 110 yards? So that's 100.58 meters long. Okay. So an American football field is slightly shorter, but for the intents and purposes of this video, we'll say they're just about the same, you know? Yeah.
We've got the present. And at this end zone is the moment our planet formed.
All right. So we're using length as a metaphor for time here.
Earth's entire history stretches the full 100 yards in between. Every inch is 1.3 million years. Let's start at the beginning and take a walk through Earth's entire history. For the first few...
So again, this is just trying to give you a sense for the immensity of time, what we study as paleontologists, and then there's going to be a few key marks along here that are relevant to exactly what we're talking about today. The Triassic-Jurassic extinction event and all of that. Yeah, that we were talking about when we were in St. George, too.
A few 100 million years, the Earth was bombarded by rocks from outer space. But now it's starting to calm down. And way up here, 3.8 billion years ago, life begins. We're talking simple life.
Yep.
Single cells floating in a vast ocean. Now these cells are figuring out new ways to get energy. They're evolving to harness the power of the sun. Photosynthesis starts past the 20-yard line. The air here is mostly carbon dioxide and nitrogen, but right around here, little green cells start making oxygen. And up here, about 2.3 billion years.
So that's already almost halfway through Earth history so far. You have photosynthesis starting, and then you're gonna...
Hi friends, welcome home Professor Mendoza.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you, Science Streams, for the 48 months of support. Now at Tier 3. Holy cow, Science Streams. Really appreciate that, Glenn. Congrats to you and Lita and Alona on a new addition to the family. I hope you're getting some sleep. I hope you're not too exhausted right now. And again, give me a call, send me a text if you ever need anything at all. I appreciate you, Belen. Holy cow. Huge congratulations. And how is the baby? How is the baby? Wonderful, I hope. Wonderful. Got home safely yesterday. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Phenomenal. If anybody's not yet following Science Streams, by the way, what are you even doing? Go click that follow button right now. Can we get how do we do those special shoutouts like Belen talks about? Let's get one of those. And Delafa Maznaris, how are you doing? Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. We did one. Thank you, Claire. I can't see it on my end, but thank you for taking care of that. Yeah. But yeah. Because you already follow. Oh, gotcha, Claire. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Anyhow, Belen, congrats. I hope you're getting some rest. I hope you and Lita are not too exhausted right now. But congrats on the new baby. Holy moly. Little scientist in the making. Absolutely nice shirt. Absolutely. Anywho, let's get back to this, talking about Earth history. And Mr. Alex359, thanks for the follow. How are you? Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Tradoon.
So here, let's scoot back just a little bit. The first life, about 3.9 billion years ago. It might actually be older than that. Might be closer to 4.1 billion years ago. We're still kind of figuring that out. But yeah, pretty early in Earth history. Pretty shortly after the Earth is cooled to the point where it's inhabitable, you have life arising. It's still debated how exactly that happened. I was able to attend a really, really cool symposium on this about a month or two ago. Really, really neat. Cutting edge stuff. The director of the Museum of Paleontology here in Berkeley, I think, is working on a book about this. Just exciting stuff. Anywho, so life arises about 3.9 billion years ago, give or take. Might be a little bit earlier than that, honestly.
Now these cells are figuring out new ways to get energy. They're evolving to harness the power of the sun. Photosynthesis starts past the 20-yard line.
Okay, 3.5 billion years ago.
The air here is mostly carbon dioxide and nitrogen.
A very funny space shirt.
Here, little green cells start making oxygen. And up here, about 2.3 billion years ago, oxygen starts building up in the atmosphere.
Nice.
We're halfway down the field, and we...
Halfway down the field, it's still just single-celled organisms. Some people refer to this as the boring billion. Because for about a billion years, a billion with a B, billion, as in 1,000 millions. For about a billion years, the only life we had on our planet were single-celled organisms. Things that would have looked to our eyes like bacteria, you know? Halfway through Earth history thus far, still just single-celled organisms.
Just got the kind of atmosphere that humans can breathe. For the next 1.5 billion years, it's paradise for single cells of every variety. But as we move down the field, cells start working together. And by the time we reach the 18-yard line right here, there's lots of complex critters floating around.
There we go, multicellular life.
It's 800 million years before the present, and things are about to get really interesting. Here at the 13-yard line, we've got an ozone layer. And here, a sudden explosion of diversity. Fungi, sea anemones, mollusks. 530 million years ago, animals take their first steps on land. In the ocean, fish appear, land plants, insects, sharks, amphibians. It's been 4 billion years since we started, and here at the 5-yard line, we're...
Again, from the formation of the Earth until here, like that's so much time. This is where you get the first dinosaurs, about 240 million years ago, something like that. Pretty wild, you know? And this is just before the rocks that we were digging in St. George.
We're just starting to see the first mammals and dinosaurs. We see Stegosaurus dinosaurs right here about 176 million years ago, but we don't see the T-Rex.
Now, and not Stegosaurus in particular. Stegosaurus is about 155 million years old at the oldest, I think. So the first stegosaurs, members of that family, because there are a bunch of different stegosaurs. There we go. Lots and lots of different ones. I was talking about some of these with Jim today on the phone, actually. But yeah, Stegosaurus is not the only stegosaur. There's a bunch of other ones, other genera and species. So yeah. Anywho.
Just starting to see the first mammals and dinosaurs. We see Stegosaurus dinosaurs right
Stegosaur dinosaurs, not Stegosaurus in particular.
Here about 176 million years ago, but we don't see the T-Rex until about 4.5 feet from the end zone, about 68 million years ago. Look,
probably more like 67, but yeah. Anyhow.
T-Rex is closer to us in the present than it is to the Stegosaurus way back there.
Yep.
Whoa, and there's a catastrophe at the 1-yard line. 66 million years ago, a meteor, or volcanoes, or climate change, or all three, killed 75% of all species. But life rallies. This yard is the yard of mammals.
The yard of mammals. I like that. Yeah, in the final yard, that's when mammals are dominant on our planet.
We've got armadillos, giant whales, wolves, and here, a foot away, the great apes, our family. Hippos, mammoths, lions, Lucy, almost human but not quite, saber-toothed tigers, cattle. Then 200,000 years ago, this is where we find humans that look like us.
Yep. That, so just almost on the end zone line right there. Just nuts.
That's just 1/8 of an inch from the end zone, the width of this light bulb. This is all of human experience, but everything we call civilization,
that filament right there.
Agriculture, cities, books, science, these don't appear until we're 2 hairs breadth from the end zone. The width of this filament.
Look at that. Wild, right? Really puts things into perspective, right? That's why I wanted to show this. This is one of the biggest, I think, misperceptions that most people have about the history of life on Earth. And I was talking about this with some of the folks volunteering in St. George, including some teachers. This is such an important concept, and it's one that hardly anybody really grasps in the general public. The Earth is very old, and we as humans are very, very, very young. Even dinosaurs, by comparison, are pretty young. But it's in here, the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event, that's what we're going to be talking about for a big part of today's stream, I think. Going back to our time chart here. Again, to put things into perspective, formation of the Earth is way, way, way down here. 4.54 billion years ago. And then keep going up. There we go. Paleozoic era, Mesozoic era, Cenozoic era. That's the age of the mammals, is the Cenozoic right here. Mesozoic is the age of reptiles, including dinosaurs. Dinosaurs first evolve, probably right about here, probably within the Ladinian stage of the Middle Triassic. But it's here, the Triassic-Jurassic boundary. That's what makes our stuff in St. George so important, because we're talking about fossils, rocks from the Hittangian age. About 200 million years ago. Just after the end of the Triassic, after this big extinction event right here. Everybody's familiar with the extinction event that ended the age of the dinosaurs, the KPG extinction, when that gigantic asteroid hit the Earth. But the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event, not nearly as well known. It's often overlooked, even in like books about Earth history. There might be a line or two about the Triassic-Jurassic extinction, but there's usually not a lot of discussion. Yeah. How old is the first detectable trace of a virus? I'm not sure, Jerry Rick. That's a good question. Yeah, there's a chance that viruses might actually like predate life itself, but that would be a discussion to have with somebody who actually studies these things. I don't know enough about that. Anyhow, yeah, and yeah, the Triassic-Jurassic was a very large extinction event. Absolutely. So, let's take a look at this real quick. If we want to understand
220
the why that extinction event is a big deal, we should talk about what was here before, you know? You can't really discuss an extinction if you don't know what was there first. An extinction is defined by a bunch of species going extinct. So what were those species? What was going on in the Triassic? Why was this such a big loss at the Triassic-Jurassic boundary? Yeah. Here, let's take a look.
20 million years ago, some strange-looking reptiles lived in the forest of northern Pangaea. They kind of look like chameleons with grasping hands and feet and long prehensile tails. But they also had really small bird-like heads and sometimes beaks and these cool spikes.
Like, what is that? What is this animal? It's not a dinosaur. It's a trypanosaur.
Sticking out of the ends of their tails. These were the trypanosaurs, and for a long time paleontologists didn't know what to make of them. Sure, they look kind of like chameleons, but their heads are all wrong, not at all like other reptiles, and chameleons don't show up in the fossil record for another 120 million years after these guys. So for a long time, some experts thought that these animals were close ancestors of birds. I myself don't see it, but it turns out the Triassic was full of animals like this, creatures that look a lot like other more modern species, even though they're not closely related to them at all. In addition to the trypanosaurs, the Triassic was home to the phytosaurs, which could easily be mistaken for crocodiles, and ichthyosaurs, which looked a whole lot like porpoises, even though they were reptiles. There was a host of creatures whose body plans would show up again and again, much later in time, by completely unrelated species. So why were the animals of the Triassic like this? What made them look like animals that lived much later and that they weren't related to? The answer has to do with how evolution works.
In this program, all those questions will be answered.
D-Cell, thank you for the follow. Good timing with that alert there. Welcome, welcome.
Later, and that they weren't related to. The answer has to do with how evolution works and with the timing of the Triassic itself.
Yeah, convergent evolution, baby. You're right, Prehistoric Plaza. Yeah.
When life was trapped between two mass extinctions. Trypanosaurs were unknown to scientists until the late 1970s, when the first species, Trypanosaurus unguicaudatus, was named based on fossils.
Unguicaudatus means claw tail, which they do have like a weird claw thing at their end of their tail. It's bizarre. Almost like a scorpion, but unlike in scorpions where it's a stinger, this would have been a claw, presumably for gripping. The tail seems to be prehensile.
Found in Italy. And since then, only a handful of others have been named, all from Triassic rocks in the northern hemisphere. Scientists originally thought that trypanosaurs were just weird early lizards, but the more they looked at them, the more confusing they became. These creatures had grasping hands, arched backs, and thick muscular tails. Some kinds, like Megalanchosaurus, even had prehensile tails, with a claw-like hook on the end that helped them hold on to branches. And the heads on these animals weren't like those on other reptiles. They had pointed snouts, big eyes, and sometimes beaks instead of teeth, making them look a lot less like lizards and more like featherless birds. Their necks were bird-like too, with vertebrae that were saddle-shaped, giving them a greater range of motion. Now, because their heads and necks were so bird-like, some researchers in the 90s thought trypanosaurs must have had something to do with the early evolution of birds themselves, despite the fact that the rest of their bodies looked nothing like birds. But in 2017, things started to become more clear when the pristine skull of a new trypanosaur species was reported in New Mexico. The new genus was named Avicranium, or bird head, and it brought the relationship between trypanosaurs and other reptiles into sharper focus. It turned out that any resemblance this trypanosaur had to birds was pretty superficial. Its ears, for instance, lacked eardrums and were more like the ears of early reptiles than those of birds. In fact, researchers compared...
By the way, I think that might be a woodpecker skull right there. With the weird hyoids and stuff.
And were more like the ears of early reptiles than those of birds. In fact, researchers compared more than 300 of its anatomical features with other early reptiles and concluded that trypanosaurs were one of the earliest branching lineages of reptiles, probably diverging in the late Permian period. And like all early reptiles, the ancestors of trypanosaurs probably looked superficially like lizards, even though they weren't closely related to them. They had short necks, low slung bellies, and long tails, with limbs sticking out from the sides of the body. So what happened to them? How did trypanosaurs go from being pretty familiar lizard-like reptiles to animals so strange it took experts decades to figure out what they were? And how did these changes happen in such a short span of time? It's because the...
And hang on, we'll get back to this in a second, but Dr. Hubbs says that's a tongue that has a space in the back of the skull. I think that's actually the hyoid bone, Dr. Hubbs. Here, let me show you. I could be wrong, but let's check. Woodpecker skull. Hyoid. Let's see here. Because they do have just a bonkers hyoid bone. Yeah, there we go right there. I'm pretty sure that's bone right there. But let's double check. Oh, and hello, Mini Pie. My goodness, how are you doing? Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Pileated woodpecker and the paraglossal bone. Okay, so not the hyoid, but the paraglossal and the epibranchial bones. Yeah, those are bones. Wild, right? Yeah. This is actually from a paleontologist, or from his lab. This is Larry Whitmer's lab at University of Ohio, if memory serves. Cool stuff. How are you doing, Mini Pie? Oh, did you miss me? Yeah, I know you did. Good to see you, Mini Pie. Good to see you. Do you want some treats? I think you do. I think you do. What? Yeah, I think you want some treats. You hitting my soundboard buttons again? There you go. And where is Sweetie? That's a good question, Claire Burr. Yeah, I don't know. She may have forgotten what this is all about in the past week. Let's refresh you a little bit.
Welcome back to the land
No
of
other
air
creature in the
conditioning.
world looks like a half-plucked turkey. and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
Steely Dan, thank you. The 19 months of support. Appreciate you. Holy cow. Yeah. You're hitting the soundboard, Mini Pie. And thank you, Cepheid Variable.
254 gift subs in the channel.
I appreciate that. Cepheid Variable. Thank you. Dr. Hubs, enjoy the emotes, enjoy not having to watch any ads, all that good stuff. Yeah. She always does look ready to pounce, Terminator Pig. She's got that quality about her. Huh. Yeah. She always looks so poised for action. So sleek. Yeah. Yeah. Did you just close that tab? All right, let's get you some treats, huh?
But those claws on the wings are once again invaluable.
Lone Mountain Knife Co., thank you for the 22 months. Really appreciate that, Lone Mountain. How are you? I hope things are good. Yeah. What do you think, Mini Pie? Things good with you? She's like, make with the treats, please. You're behind on your rent. All right. All right, Minnie. Here we go. Look at those. Oh, good stuff. Did her toy arrive? What do you mean now? Toy? Is that it? You ate them all. You ate them all. Okay, let's get you some more. Right, good stuff. Oh, you knocked it off the edge. Where did that go? Ooh, there we are. What do you think? You satisfied now? Yeah? Yeah. All right. And let's get back to our discussion of the Triassic. Sound good to you, Minnie? All right, let's do it.
They had short necks, low-slung bellies, and long tails, with limbs sticking out from the sides of the
Alan. How
body.
you doing?
So what happened to them? How did Japanosaurus go from being pretty familiar lizard-like reptiles to animals so strange it took experts decades to figure out what they were? And how did these changes happen in such a short span of time? It's because the Triassic was basically the meat in an extinction sandwich. The entire Triassic period is a window of just 52 million years between two major extinction events.
So yeah, it's such a fleeting period of adaptive radiation and cool diversity, just bookended by extinction events.
The early end, there was the Great Dying, which eradicated about 70% of terrestrial species and 90% of marine life. On the other end, there was the aptly named in-Triassic extinction, which wiped out more than half of all animal species.
And I like how the image for that is indeed, you know, a lava flow. That's why we've got our lava lamp going today, because I knew we would be talking about this. Yeah, it does seem to have been just massive volcanism crazy amount of volcanic activity that caused the end Triassic extinction event.
But in between, there was this whole wide, still mostly livable world. And for the survivors of the Great Dying, this was a completely different world, one with a whole host of ecological niches that needed to be filled. And at the same time, there was almost no competition. And in any given environment, it's competition that usually regulates the rate of evolutionary change among living things. By and large, the less competition there is, the faster the rate of change will appear to be. That's because a lack of competition allows empty niches in an ecosystem to be filled by new species. Then, over time, as those niches fill up, competition increases, and the rate of evolutionary change appears to slow down. I say it appears to because genetic mutations keep showing up like they always do.
And Lug Loach says, so theoretically, there existed creatures we haven't imagined? Not theoretically. No, as a point of fact, absolutely. There are... Shoot, just last year, there are what, 44 new species of dinosaur that were named? 44? Was it 48? I forget. We're discovering new things all the time. You know, we were finding new species left and right last week in St. George, Utah. That's part of what was so exciting about what we were doing there is there are all kinds of organisms that existed throughout the 3 billion years, almost 4 billion years, the history of life on our planet. It's like 99% of them are as yet undescribed. A lot of them would have never really fossilized in the first place, but the ones that did, even that small percentage, the ones that did fossilize, we've not found, you know, even a small fraction. We've not scientifically described even a small fraction yet. J-Rock1, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. J-Rock, is that a Trailer Park Boys reference? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And Rakadactylus says, no creature that exists is something we imagine, it's just us discovering them. That's okay, that's a good point, Rakadactylus. I think? Yeah. But yeah. Agalos who? How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. They say, hello everyone, I'm not a regular. This is such an interesting period. Love the stream, everyone in chat is great. Gonna head back on just watching. Just wanted to say this. Thank you, Agalos who. The Triassic doesn't really get enough attention, I think. It is such a fascinating, weird time period. Bookended by extinctions, it's just this fleeting interval of bizarreness. With all kinds of cool critters. And like Jeff Martz was saying, here, let me find that clip. I think it was toward the end of our last stream in St. George. There we go.
That real quick, being kind of our resident expert sedimentologist here. Would you call yourself a sedimentologist?
I do a little bit of sedimentology.
Yeah.
Sedimentology and stratigraphy.
So we just had some questions about, you know, like glue and how it can be used to preserve these things, and then what happens also when this gets rained on. What chemical?
And it to be a time when the volcanic arc is relatively quiet, so it was being deposited across the area. So the late Triassic mudstones, which occur below this these strata, are very bentonitic and have a tendency to swell when they get wet. I don't see as much of that.
Nelson seems like a really down-to-earth guy. I mean, literally. That was the point you're making, right?
With this stuff, and this is supposed to be a time
Jeff
when
is
the
great.
volcanic arc is relatively quiet, so there's not as much volcanic material coming in here. But they can. And when they do, they expand, and then they dry out and they shrink again, and that creates this kind of cracking that you see,
right?
Especially with these upper layers here. So yeah, there's always that risk when you have exposed sediments that when they get wetted, they can start to deteriorate like that. But yeah, probably mostly it's just water absorption.
Gotcha. Yeah. Cool. While I've got you on, Cameron, for anybody who's new here, Can you help explain why this is such an important site from your perspective? Because you've mostly worked in the Triassic.
Yeah. So So the Triassic before this is of course, at a time of major evolutionary experimentation and radiation, because the Triassic period comes right after the Permian extinction, which is the biggest extinction in the history of life.
Yeah.
And anytime you get a mass extinction, it's a huge evolutionary explosion, and the Permian extinction was the biggest extinction in the history of life, so you get major radiation.
Yeah.
But then the Triassic uniquely also has a mass extinction, not just at the beginning of the period, but at the end.
Right.
So a lot of that diversity is actually destroyed at the end of the period. So as a result, the Triassic fauna is kind of like uniquely weird, because you get a lot of groups evolving in the Triassic that go on to later success later in the Mesozoic, but you also get a little...
So this is the chart. I was hoping he would use this, but he didn't actually need it at all. Let's see. 5 mass extinctions. This is it right here. Yeah. So, it's weird that it's centered over that direction. But anyway, here's the Triassic period right here. You start off with this huge extinction event at the end of the Permian. It's like 96% of species on Earth die out, something like that. Nuts. Crazy. And then you've got the Triassic period. And at the end of the Triassic, another mass extinction event. So it's really the only one of these time periods that's sandwiched between two of the super gigantic extinction events. And so in between, you get all of these weird things.
A lot of these really weird evolutionary experiments that never last that don't last outside the period. So it's a very distinctive and unique fauna. What's important about the end Triassic extinction is that it strongly modernizes ecosystems around the world, because again, you're destroying a lot of these strange Triassic experiments. You're destroying a lot of groups that survived from the Permian that are kind of these older sort of archaic groups, and what you're left with is a much more modernized ecosystem, because you have especially with the small animals, you got things like crocodiles showing up, you got frogs, salamanders, small mammals, lizards, and all of these groups originally evolved in the Triassic, but there are also a lot of other really strange reptiles and amphibians that have been eliminated. So overall, things are much more modern in appearance. And then you also have the big animal fauna being dominated by dinosaurs, whereas before in the Triassic, dinosaurs were just one group of large animal that were coexisting with many other types of creatures, especially big reptiles related to crocodilians, and a few other types of big animals were around at the time, but in the Jurassic, dinosaurs have fully taken over.
So what he's talking about here is there's a nice image of the...
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Michi Mochi, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. There we go. This is a good representation of that. Let's find that image here so we can embiggen it. So the only critters in here that are dinosaurs are this little guy and this little guy. Here, let's annotate it, shall we? Or actually, no, that wasn't working recently, so let me just pay attention to where the cursor is going. Eoraptor and Panphagia, and probably Herrerasaurus and maybe Pisanosaurus. These are the only 4 dinosaurs on here. Everything else is not a dinosaur. So this ecosystem is dominated, this ecosystem in the Triassic period, before the extinction event. Dinosaurs do not rule the Earth yet. They're just members of an ensemble cast. We've got these big mammal relatives, the Dicynodonts, like this guy. We've got weird rhynchosaurs, these big crocodile relatives like Saurosuchus. And they've got the Aidosaurs and the Phytosaurs. Unless it's it's a Phytosaur. It's just really weird. Dinosaurs are just part of the cast. They're not the stars of the show yet. It wouldn't be until the end Triassic extinction event that all those other guys die out and dinosaurs steal the spotlight.
Dinosaurs were just one group of large animal that were coexisting with many other types of creatures, especially big reptiles related to crocodilians, and a few other types of big animals were around at the time, but in the Jurassic, dinosaurs have fully taken over. So this area here, these strata in the
Mojave Formation. Sorry,
beginning of that more modernized ecosystem. And so we're basically getting a look here at the beginning of the age of dinosaurs. This is when dinosaurs really were taking over as a dominant land animal. And certainly, especially here in the western U.S., dinosaurs are getting a lot bigger than they were in the Triassic. If you were to visit this area during the Triassic period, the biggest dinosaurs you would see would be these little meat eaters about the size of a dog. But but you can see very clearly both the skeletal remains and in the fossil tracks that we see that meat-eating dinosaurs grow enormously in size across the Triassic-Jurassic boundary. You finally start getting big, bear-sized carnivorous dinosaurs. They're not nearly as big as they will be later, but they're certainly big compared to the Triassic. And you also get the first evidence of big, long sauropod dinosaurs. The big, long-necked, long-tailed dinosaurs show up in the Jurassic as well. And so a lot of changes are happening at this time.
Nice.
So this site is one of the richest sites known for this kind of early phase in the Jurassic. So it's
really, really important.
Very interesting locality.
Holy cow. Again, here's a link to that VOD right there if you want to watch some of our work in St. George. But going back now from the beginning of the Jurassic, like we're talking about here, into the Triassic, going back in time, let's talk about how weird the Triassic was. Let's just kind of continue that discussion here.
But if those mutations don't offer big advantages right away, they get weeded out and body plans keep looking basically the same. So if you're an animal that's found your niche, say preying on fish in rivers, then natural selection tends to let you keep doing what you're doing. Your rate of evolutionary change, at least outwardly, appears to be slow because you found a body plan that works. Likewise, it's hard for other lineages to move into that role, so natural selection usually leads them to keep doing what they're doing too, rather than to try to compete directly for a niche that's already been filled. But when extinctions occur, the opposite happens. Lots of niches open up, and there's much less competition.
So this is like what Jody
In
Fish
at number
said
8,
here.
we have the Tradoon.
Marcy Walks Dogs, thank you so much for the 10 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. 10 months is a long time. Thanks for keeping me here online. Thanks for doing what you do today. Thanks for helping make that possible, Marcy Walks Dogs. I appreciate you. So anywho, we're talking about extinctions opening up new niches. As Jody Fish was saying earlier, you need the slate wiped clean to a certain extent, and that's what's going on here. When you have an extinction event, a bunch of species die out, the survivors, they get to move in and basically fill those niches. You know? You could almost say,
It's free real estate.
There you go. It's free real estate.
To try to compete directly for a niche that's already been filled. But when extinctions occur, the opposite happens. Lots of niches open up, and there's much less competition. There's plenty of room for everyone, and that's when the rate of evolutionary change takes off. Organisms quickly move into unfilled niches and diversify into new species as they arrive at the adaptations that helped them succeed in certain roles. These explosive bursts of evolutionary change are known as adaptive radiations.
So we talked about this a little while ago, and I feel like anytime you say the word radiation, people think like nuclear radiation. This is not what that means. This is not what that means at all. You know, banish that thought from your head. Radiation means, in this context, radiating outward from a central point, where it's like, you know, almost like you had here, central point, you have an ancestor, new, like, morphotypes will evolve, they radiate outward from that central point. Does that make sense? Yeah.
And they typically happen after mass extinctions. And this is exactly what happened to drepanosaurs and other reptiles at the start of the Triassic. Before the Great Dying, in the Permian, the ancestors of all reptiles looked pretty lizard-like, and they filled similar niches that many lizards do today. But the earliest members of the drepanosaur line started to adapt to a specific niche, that of tree-climbing insectivores. And within just 20 million years, the first drepanosaurs appear in the fossil record as their own distinct lineage of reptile. Those chameleon-like hands and feet help them climb trees. The arched shoulders and flexible necks may have helped them catch bugs or peel away tree bark, and their bird-like heads and beaky mouths allowed them to probe tight spaces for food. As the Triassic wore on, more empty niches were filled, and the rate of evolutionary change and the appearance of new species slowed down. Soon, a new normal was established. For example, some lineages of reptiles took on the role of apex predators on land, and by 240 million years ago, a group of archosaurs, the Rauisuchids, appear in the fossil record. Meanwhile, with these predators running around, another line of plant-eating archosaurs, the Aedosaurs, came to be covered in bony armor, and another lineage became adapted for catching fish. These reptiles called
Here's one catching a large terrestrial sarcopterygian fish. But yeah, phytosaurs. I really wish they had a different image for phytosaurs here, but yeah, these are superficially very crocodile-like animals. They're not super closely related to crocs. But yeah, they had nostrils up there on the top of their head. They're cool animals. They probably mostly ate fish, but a lot like modern crocodilians, they may have also just snatched whatever they could catch off the riverbanks or whatever. Going after little dinosaurs or what have you. Yeah. Neat stuff. Phytosaurs are really cool. And like Jeff was saying, Jeff Martz, when we were talking to him, some of these guys can actually be used to do biostrat. So biostratigraphy is where you can look at the fossils in different layers and be able to use them to tell time, basically. If the fossils are common enough, you can figure out the age of the rocks without even doing radiometric dating. Because if those same fossils have been found in other areas and those rocks have been dated, then when you find that same fossil and a new kind of rock, you go, oh, it's from that particular time. It's, this is like one of the core concepts in paleontology. It's the idea of biostratigraphy. Stratigraphy is just figuring out the layers of rocks and their ages. You put bio in there, life. It's looking at these preserved remains of ancient living things and then using those to date the rocks. It's pretty cool. So it's a way that we can kind of build on what researchers have done before us, building on what they've discovered in order to make new discoveries, in order to be able to make sense of new layers of rock in new areas. That makes sense? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, Dr. Hubbs. Old Will Smith and the Law of Fossil Succession. Yeah. Yeah. William Strata Smith. That's a different Will Smith. Not this Will Smith. But this Will Smith. William Strata Smith. Yeah. Sometimes called I've heard him called the father of geology. I've also heard that for David Hutton and Charles Lyell and people like that. But yeah, William Strata Smith. And what is this doing? Okay. There we go. The father of English geology. There you go. He doesn't look super happy in this picture, but that's okay. Yeah. He was a blue-collar man, yeah. I can relate, Ken. Yeah. Published what is acknowledged as the first ever geological map of a country. A delineation of the strata of England and Wales with part of Scotland. Pretty neat. And there's that famous map right there. This was a map that helped change the world in a way. Figuring out how old the rocks are in certain areas, or not necessarily how old they are. He didn't know that, but he was able to tell them apart just based on their characteristics and based on the fossils inside them too. So yeah, pretty cool. Yeah. And there you go, Urban Mink. Yeah. I wonder if we can find a brief video about William Strata Smith. We're rabbit holing here a bit, but that's how it goes. Try this. British Geological Survey. Natural Environment Research Council. Up. Online Chris.
Dinosaur.
Thanks for the follow. Welcome. The Man Who Changed the World. Isn't that a David Bowie song?
Allow me to introduce myself. My name, which reflects my humble origins, is Mr. William Smith.
Wow, so cool that they brought him back to life for this video. You gotta appreciate the production value in there, you know? They really outdid themselves there.
Engineer and mineral surveyor. For the past 24 years, whether in a professional capacity or at my own expense, I have travelled the length and breadth of much of England and a good part of Wales. And in all of these wanderings, I have pursued one great purpose, and that has been to identify and to map out the different geological strata that make up this island of Britain. It is a task, I think, never before accomplished upon such a scale. It all began in 1791, when I was employed to survey the coal workings at High Littleton, near Bath in Somersetshire. It was there that I first appreciated the order and the regularity of the strata lying above the coal veins. Always above the coal, there was the red earth or marl, and above that, the blue lias limestone, and so forth. And these strata all appeared to be inclined in the same direction, and were stacked one upon the other, like so. Later, when I became engineer and surveyor for the Somersetshire Coal Canal Company in 1794, I found further proofs of this regularity by observing the strata that were laid bare in cutting canals across a large tract of country. I was but a young man in my early 20s then, and since then I have uncovered many more strata, as you may see from the map behind me.
So it's not easy
Yet,
to
I
do.
could not have accomplished
On an island like Great Britain, there's, I don't know, you look at a satellite image, it's pretty green, you know? Unlike, say, the American West, this is not desert country, you know? There's a lot of rainfall, there's a lot of vegetation. Finding rocks on the surface is difficult. You gotta sometimes go to stone quarries or road cuts or places like that. And that's what William Strata Smith did.
Accomplished this had it not been for one important discovery. I knew that many of these strata had long ago formed the bed of the sea, for they contain the fossil remains of sea creatures like nothing now living, such as this beautiful ammonite, which the country folk call a snakestone. I found that each stratum of rock had its own distinct assemblage of fossils, by which it could be characterized and distinguished from other strata. And this knowledge enables me to distinguish different strata, or the same strata, in different parts of the country, whether it be the south coast of Dorsetshire or the northeast coast of Yorkshire. Now, with such a map as you see here, it is possible to predict where strata of coal, iron ore, limestone, sandstone, or clay may be discovered.
And so this was really economically important at the time too. You know, coal mining was big business back then in the UK. And if you could predict where you would find coal, you could get rich. So having that sort of geological knowledge is really valuable, as you can imagine.
No longer need immense sums of money be imprudently and wastefully expended in looking for coal and other minerals in places where there is no prospect of them being found. The colours that I have chosen for my map reflect in some degree the natural colour of each stratum of rock, excepting the chalk, which, being white, I thought best to indicate in green.
And so that green, I'm pretty sure, is Cretaceous, because when you look at geological maps today, we still use some of these same colors that William Strata Smith, Strata that wasn't really his middle name, but it was kind of a nickname, looking at the strata, layers. Yeah, when we look at our modern geological maps, or even this, you know, chronostratigraphic chart, time chart right here, a lot of his color choices we still stick to this very day. I think they began with William Smith, including Cretaceous being green like this, and Jurassic being blue, Triassic being purple, etc. It's pretty neat to think about.
Like the grassy sward of our English downland. And as further example, the Oolitic limestone, from which we obtain our finest building stones, I have shown in yellow, much like the colour of this ammonite, which comes out of the same stratum of rock. The lowest part of each stratum I have given a darker shade of colour to enable you to distinguish its base from its top.
And I think we see that here too, don't we? Yeah, lower Jurassic is the darkest blue, middle is in the middle, the upper is the lightest. So those conventions that he established back then, we're still using to this very day.
I think I can state with some pride that my map of the strata of England and Wales, of which you see here but a small part,
Space Giraffe, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
encompasses the most detailed geological survey of this island.
Pretty cool. Yeah. And one more video here. How cool is this?
Well, it's called The Map That Changed the World, the William Smith Strata Map. And with me to talk about that is Edmund Nicholas, who is the Executive Secretary of the Geological Society of London, and George Davis, who is a professor at the University of Arizona. And gentlemen, thanks for joining us.
Pleasure.
I was just going to say, this guy looks American on the right. Like, it doesn't look like a Brit, and he's not.
I appreciate that. How did
how I
this
could
map
tell.
change the world, and who was William Smith, Edmund?
Well, William Smith, he's born in a place called Churchill in Oxfordshire in the late 18th century. He has a rudimentary education. He learns to be a surveyor, and simply in making canals, he begins to make observation. Here is a sketch of the map behind us, which he did in 1801. And it's based on his observations, his collection of fossils.
And what was the map showing, or what intended, at the end of the day, George, what do you think William Smith was thinking as he did this kind of preparation to develop?
Very cool,
this
Halle Berry. That's really
beautiful
neat.
work?
He knew that his livelihood as a consultant was based upon understanding the soils, the water, the drainages, the springs,
And
he
rocks.
recognized that the bedrock geology controlled all of that. And so his intellectual property
There you go, Terminator
became
Pig, yeah,
one
probably.
of understanding the relationship of the fundamental layers of the earth relative to natural resources and sources of springs and soils. When you're digging canals that run along the topography for miles and miles, he was discovering that these layers of rock were continuous over miles and miles, and that it occurred to him that basically you could trace units and project them into the subsurface if you could recognize and distinguish one stratum from another. I think that was his aha moment.
So what does the map show us? Or what did the map show people back then?
It shows you basically the rock units, but he makes annotations. He's showing where you can find coal.
It's a beautiful map.
Ironstone, clayers which you can use to seal the canal. It's very much a practical thing. And in some senses, what he did, what he shows graphically, literally fuels the English Industrial Revolution, because the need, as now, is for cheap energy. So he's showing where you can find coal.
And George, is that the part that changed the world? That has certainly changed Britain, but how did it change the world?
It changed, first of all, the world of earth sciences and geology and natural history, because he basically underscored the fact that there are such stratigraphic systematics in any given region.
It's not like the rocks are just there scattered around willy-nilly. It's not like these layers are random or anything. There's patterns in them. They actually tell a story. As you've got, the history of the Earth progressing, you have different kinds of rocks being laid down in different areas based on what the climate was like, based on what the continents are doing at the time, based on the fossils that you get in them. It's showing that there's rhyme and reason to all of this. It's not, the rocks are not just background. It's not just a backdrop. It's a record of the history of our planet. And in studying that, you can figure out the history of our planet. This was kind of one of those first instances of geology being laid out where it's plain for everybody to see. Like, here it is, through all of these observations that William Smith was able to make. He's presenting this concept of Earth history to everybody. Even if he didn't have dates, he didn't know how old these rocks were, it was showing, hey, there's something going on here. There's a story to be told here. And that's really cool,
That it's going to be possible in the future to apply the same kind of methodology to any part of the world. And now we're applying it to the seafloor bottom. And so there's a fundamental kind of analytical approach to discerning the distribution of natural resources and for exhuming Earth history and ultimately the history of life.
It's an extraordinary piece of work, and I appreciate your insights into this. Happy anniversary.
Indeed.
200
Thank
years
you.
in the making, and thank you for joining us with this explanation.
Pleasure.
Cool stuff. Yeah. So there you go, stratigraphy.
We have talked to some of the leading names in the geosciences here at GSA 2015, but we have the man with us today. William Smith, of all people, drops in Baltimore. It's so good to see you. You
It's
look
a
great
pleasure.
for your age, sir. Tell me about this fantastic work that you did, the map that changed the world.
Well, I was obsessed with this project. Come what may, whether I had support or I did not, I knew this was the right thing to do.
And Ken makes a really good point here. Aside from Mary Anning, he's the only one of the major names in early paleontology or geology that didn't come from the upper crust. He was not upper class. William Smith was working class. And yet it was through sheer grit and vision and hard work and just smarts that he was able to succeed. Like, he didn't just kind of fall into this role like so many members of the upper classes did. He really had to fight for it. Though he did get let in towards the end of his life, unlike Mary Anning. I wasn't aware of that, Ken. Interesting. Good for him, I guess. He did have several advantages, privileges, legs up that Mary Anning didn't have. For one, he was a man. That's still a huge advantage in a lot of quarters even today. And also, he wasn't a member of like a minority religious group like Mary Anning was, where her family, they were dissenters, I think. So they weren't members of the Church of England. I don't think William Smith had that disadvantage. But anyhow.
My map drove me bankrupt. I went to prison for 10 weeks.
And shoot, what was this? And his position was not his to inherit. There you go, Jody Fish. Yeah.
Or I did not. I knew this was the right thing to do. Making my map drove me bankrupt.
Yeah.
I went to prison for 10 weeks.
Bankruptcy prison. That's Nuts. Yeah.
as a result of having no money and not being able to pay my creditors. So I financed my own work. After we'd finished the big one, we produced these smaller maps of separate counties. And the purpose of all of these maps was to improve the utility of the land.
Well, I'm so glad it worked out well for you, and we're very privileged to have you here in Baltimore.
Thank you very much.
That's great. Here is a link to that video there. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And I don't actually have that book, Claire, but I've heard of it before. I might have to snag a copy of this. Hardcover, very good. Add the cart. Nice. Excellent.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you aren't.
Zimius, thank you for the follow.
What?
And fire-breathing rubber ducky.
The field isn't narrow to what we understand.
Wow.
On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Thank you for the follow, fire-breathing rubber ducky. Appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good stuff. Now, the reason why we're talking about that is that it has everything to do with what we've been talking about when we were in St. George at the emergency excavation site. What we're talking about here, too. Understanding the rocks is the key to understanding Earth history. That context is incredibly important. Let's get back to the Triassic here. Again, the reason why this project in St. George is so important is because the layers we were digging in from the Hittangian age of the lower Jurassic, 200 million years old, this is a recovery fauna. This is one of those key chapters in the history of life on Earth. After the end Triassic extinction, when all these Triassic weirdos die out, dinosaurs take over the Earth. But let's take a look at, before I forget, Claire, I'm going to ask you for that link again so we can see the Zamites, the fossil cycad that Asher found. Thank you, Claire. Excellent. Here. Oh, that's gorgeous. Look at that. Beautiful. Holy moly. This might look like a fern. It is not a fern. This is a fossil cycad. Now, cycads are these really cool plants that I think they show up in the Permian, and a few lineages have survived until today. There's one species that's really, really common in cultivation. I was talking about this last week. Cycas revoluta, also called the sago cycad, or sago palm, but they're not palms. They're not related to palms at all. There's a really happy one there. It's got several new flushes of growth coming on the top. But this is kind of your quintessential dinosaur plant. This is a plant that lived alongside dinosaurs. You've seen in a ton of paleo art. Just because they're... Oh, there's a Triassic scene with Dicynodonts and an Aedosaur. There's some cycads there in the foreground. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, really lovely image here. That's beautiful. Holy cow. Thank you, Asher, for finding this and sending the photos. Thank you, Claire, for posting the link. Yeah. Zamites. There's a modern cycad, genus Zamia. And Zamites is, even if it's not a true cycad, it might be a cycadioid. So it would be like a relative of true cycads today. But, yeah. It's a neat organism. Very, very cool. Zamites. Here, let's get the skinny on that. From Williamsonaceae. Okay. Went from the Triassic to the Eocene. That's nuts. That genus lasted that long? It's probably ripe to be split, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Naming, description, taxonomy. Williamsoniaceae. Okay. So it is a Bennettitalian, which is a cycadioid. It's not a true cycad. But, yeah. Shrub and cycad-like forms. Something like that. Cool stuff. And fire-breathing rubber ducky says, I am near southern Utah. How does one volunteer? There you go. You contact Jaleesa at deputy curator at utah.dinosaurs.org, or here we go. There's the link to the site. I'll put it in the chat for you. That link has a button. Yeah, this is your easiest way. Volunteer sign-up form right here. Yeah, or if you want to help fund the dig by donating, you can do that right there. Good stuff. Yeah. This is an excellent page. It's well put together. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho, there have been a number of cool folks from this community who've made the journey out there to St. George. A few folks were even local, who they've already come out there in person to help out, and it's been wonderful, honestly. So if any of you watching at home are thinking about doing this, if you've ever wanted to participate in a fossil dig like that, a really important one, there's just a couple weeks left to do this. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Yeah. And fire-breathing rubber ducky says, I always wanted to be a paleontologist, but instead I studied and earned a degree in anthropology and archaeology. Nice. So this is amazing. Yeah. Yeah. If you're anywhere near St. George, there's so much work left to be done, and you stand, honestly, a really decent shot of like finding a brand new species of a fossil organism. There's new fishes, there's new bony fishes, new cartilaginous fishes like sharks, lobe-finned fishes like coelacanths. There's bits of dinosaur coming out here and there too. 34 meat-eating dinosaur teeth, Andrew was saying when we called him earlier today. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, and there is a 100% chance of you finding something new. There you go, Jody Fish. Yeah. Yeah. It could be something as simple and commonplace as like a scale from one of these ancient armored fishes. Like Lophianotus. These guys would have looked something like, oh, this is very cool. Check out that image. Awesome. Yeah. Maybe a semi-anodid fish like this. Maybe a paleoniscoid. Maybe a coelacanth. Or a lungfish. Or a spiny shark. One of these hybodonts. Yeah. This is a great image. That's nice. So yeah. And XVR says, I've personally found that volunteering at the St. George site, even as a novice, has taught me so much, given me a great sense of having contributed to science. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, one of the things that I heard from a bunch of the newer volunteers was like, wow, this is so much work. I mean, it gives you a newfound sense of appreciation, I think. For every time you go into a museum and you see a fossil specimen on display, you understand how much work went into that. Being able to dig down and get to that layer in the first place, discovering the fossil, getting it out of the ground safely without it crumbling, and then all of the cleaning and preparation that's done in the laboratory. And then that one pristine one that you see on display in the museum, there's probably 30 of them that aren't quite as pretty, but might be just as scientifically important, that are, you know, in the back of the museum in collections. So you're just seeing the tiniest and prettiest tip of the iceberg there when you walk through the public displays in the museum, and you see that there. There's so much more that's kind of supporting that tiny, pretty tip of that iceberg, so to speak. Yeah. And there you go, Jody Fish, yeah? Yeah. They don't naturally appear in museums. This is true, Claire. Yeah. Even if the, even if the museum does happen to be built over the site, which it is, that, you know, that took a tremendous amount of work to build that. Not just like the physical construction of the building, but all the work that went into establishing that site in the first place. All that good stuff. Yeah. Oh, who's that right there? Not the Dilophosaurus. That's Liz. This must be when, yeah, when she became executive director. Very cool. So this is what, 2015? No, 2016, shoot. Liz wasn't director there for very long because, Denver Fowler, who is married to Liz Friedman Fowler, Denver got his job as curator of the museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. And this is a common problem for married couples in academia. Jobs are scarce, and sometimes you get a job somewhere, and then your spouse gets another job somewhere, and you have to make a decision, like, where are we going to live? You know? So Liz ended up moving up to North Dakota, and she's now teaching at Dickinson State University, and helping out with the museum whenever she can, too. So yeah, the two-body problem. There you go, Nerduino. Yeah. 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 But anyhow, yeah. Very funny salamander. Yeah. A picture of Liz standing there with Denver. Yep. Anyhow, let's Oh, and your mom got her degree at Dickinson State. Oh, very cool, Terminator Pig. Small world. It's not a big school. Yeah. Anyhow. Let's get back to our video on the Triassic and all the weird stuff going on with that. Let's try and finish this out for the sake of completeness.
Spaces for food. As the Triassic wore on, more empty niches were filled, and the rate of evolutionary change and the appearance of new species slowed down. Soon, a new normal was established. For example, some lineages of reptiles took on the role of apex predators on land, and by 240 million years ago, a group of archosaurs, the Rhaesuchids, appear in the fossil record. Meanwhile, with these predators running around, another line of plant-eating archosaurs, the Aedosaurs, came to be covered in bony armor, and another lineage became adapted for catching fish. These reptiles, called phytosaurs, developed long, narrow snouts lined with teeth in just a few million years, thanks in part to the lack of competition for the role of river-dwelling fish eaters. But you know what happens next? Starting around 201 million years ago, a wave of volcanic activity.
Again, this is we talked about this a lot on stream in St. George. That's the reason I got the lava lamp going today too, in honor of the end Triassic extinction event. The Triassic-Jurassic boundary, massive volcanism seems to be the main cause for that.
along with Pangaea's breakup, released tons of CO2 into the atmosphere, causing rapid global warming and ocean acidification. It brought an end to the Triassic period, and also the end of about 3/4 of the world's species, including the Aedosaurs, Phytosaurs, and the Drepanosaurs. This time, it was the dinosaurs who were the big winners, because they were small and unspecialized, which may have helped them survive. And then they went on to fill the empty ecological niches that were once filled by the Triassic animals, setting off a whole new round of adaptive radiation. The Aedosaurs, for example, were gone, but Stegosaurs and Ankylosaurs eventually took their place as armored herbivores. Likewise, with the disappearance of the Phytosaurs, Spinosaurids and crocodiles were able to move in to dominate as freshwater predators. In fact, most dinosaur groups replaced earlier species that had filled a similar niche, and they often wound up repeating some of their body plans too, a classic example of convergent evolution, where similar selective pressures can lead to similar physical results. And this whole cycle has repeated itself throughout history. Extinctions strike only to be followed by bursts of evolutionary innovation through adaptive radiation. In fact, after the non-avian dinosaurs were wiped out, the surviving mammals and birds went through the same rapid burst of evolutionary change, filling the niches left empty by the dinosaurs. Even though the history of life is marked by devastating mass extinctions, the survivors rally each time. Adaptive radiations produce a dizzying number of new species, and body plans keep showing up, molded as they are by the same selective pressures. It's a pattern that will go on probably forever, including after the next mass extinction. As some guy once said, life finds a way.
Yes, indeed. Another lovely video from PBS Eons there. If you want to know more about the end Triassic extinction event, PBS Eons has a much longer video on that. Called Could You Survive the End Triassic?
A wall of water appears on the horizon, rushing across the parched earth. You're standing on a ledge above the flash flood, the result of the first significant rainfall this arid landscape has seen all season.
Anywho, and then I haven't seen this, but GeoGirl. Interesting. We might take a look at that, but there's some other stuff I wanted to talk about first. Yeah. Yeah. I really don't like their Could You Survive podcast. Oh, is it a podcast? Interesting, Ken. I've never seen it before or listened to it. Let me check my agenda here real quick. I wanted to talk about something else briefly too. I was actually texting Ken about this earlier today. While we were there in St. George, I'll find a clip of this. Not this past round, but the time before when I was there. We had Jim Kirkland here, Utah State paleontologist. A guy I've done a lot of work with. There's Jim right there. He brought his own chair, I guess, to work here, but he was talking about how much he liked this chair. A bunch of different people recounted that, yeah, Jim was really liked this chair. He's like, my knees hurt really badly sometimes when I'm using this other chair.
We'll see if you get along real well. I'm personally kind of afraid of her.
That's great. Yeah. That Angela Milner, by the way, is she worked on baryonics, so she's one of the original authors on that. What was it, 83 paper?
Yeah, I mean, she was a Sherrick student. You know, And, I mean,
so she's working at the museum in London.
And basically, was when they were still calling it the British Museum of Natural History.
Yeah.
And then before it became the Natural History Museum of London.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old nickname for the British Museum at the time was the BM. That's what everybody called it. Now it's the NHM, the Natural History Museum of London. But yeah, back in the day, they called it the BM, the British Museum.
Yeah.
But, Angela's big gun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bird dinosaur paleo in Britain.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, that was the chair that Jim was coveting. And he had another chair this past year that he didn't really like very much when we were working with him in Doling's Bowl. Yeah, Jim is... I think this will be his 52nd year digging dinosaurs on the Colorado Plateau this year. Jim's been at this for a long time, and he'd be the first to say he's not a spring chicken anymore. He's getting up there in age. Jim turned 70 last August, I think. And yeah, he's still coming out and doing field work, but sometimes it requires some accommodations and stuff. He needs a solar battery that he can use to power his like sleep breathing machine and stuff. And yeah, he needs a decent chair for when he's in the field. That's like a huge quality of life improvement. So I was able to track this chair down. There we go. And oh, this is more expensive than the one that there's the same one on Amazon. It's from the same manufacturer. I really want to get this chair for Jim. And so, if any of you at home want to contribute a few bucks for that, help take the burden off of me a little bit, feel free to throw a few bucks into the Ko-Fi donation page. Yeah, Jim would really appreciate that. I would really appreciate that. And then, oh, here. I've got a patch that I want to sew onto it, too, as a special thing for Jim. Let me go get that. There we go. Just to kind of customize things a little bit, I'll put this on there. It's an ankylosaur. An ankylosaurid with the tail club and everything. It's a little wonky looking, and it's kind of stampeding toward the viewer there. That's its front right limb. It should only have 3 toes in the back, but whatever. Anywho, I'll put that on the chair as like a special thing. Hope he doesn't pop in soon. I actually asked him about it earlier, Nell. There were several colors available, and I'm like, Jim, if we could get you a chair, do you want a red one, a gray one, a blue one, or a green one? And he's like, I don't know. Red or green? I think we'll go with green. But thank you, Nerduino. Holy cow.
This is it. This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
And
Below
Tabanji,
this level,
thank you for the
and out
raid.
here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Tabanji, I appreciate the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. How was your stream? It's good to have you here. Thanks for bringing your viewers in. Yeah. Nerduino, thank you for your contribution there. And Mustache Mike, thank you too. Let me refresh the page. Phenomenal. Thank you, Mustache Mike. That helps. It really does. And Jim will really appreciate it. Yeah. Dropping my peeps off here for dinosaur knowledge. Thank you, Tabanji. Yeah, you go get some good rest. Thanks for raiding in. I appreciate it. And Mayor Spaces, I guess that particular ankylosaur has a vestigial toe. It happens from time to time. There you go. Yeah. But yeah. to record that. Donations so far. Nice. Okay. Dapper Historian is here. Dapper Historian says, I see the old Utah flag behind you. What do you think of the redesign? I like the redesign. And Ken, thank you for that donation. Holy moly. Appreciate that, Ken. Thank you kindly. Good stuff. We're 1/3 of the way there already. That's brilliant. I'm gonna get the chair no matter what. But any donations that anybody makes helps take the burden off of me a little bit. I appreciate it. I know Jim does too. Yeah, Dapper Historian was talking about the Utah flag here. I've got that up because I just got back from St. George, Utah. And this is the old design, Industry, Utah. It's got the beehive on it. The beehive is kind of a Utah motif. I believe the state motto or the state nickname is the Beehive State. But this is one of those state flags that's just very uninspired. And honestly, just too busy and it's too similar to other flags. There's a ton of U.S. state flags with blue backgrounds like this. Yeah. It's like a seal on top of a blue background, and they just tend to be very pedestrian, very uninspired, just not great. The new Utah state flag, I think, is a big improvement. Check that out. It's bold, it's simple, it still incorporates the beehive. It has a star on it, symbolizing this is one of 50 U.S. states, like the 50 stars on the United States federal flag. It's neat. It's got mountains, and it's got red rocks below. I like it. I like it a lot. I think it would have been cooler if it were orange instead of red. I think there are not nearly enough flags that use that really attractive, blue and orange motif. I think the coolest national flag in the world is that of the Marshall Islands. Look at that. That's so cool. The Utah one isn't quite this cool, but it's kind of approaching that, you know? They did a good job with it. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Of course, I would have preferred to have seen a dinosaur on the U.S. or on the Utah state flag. Or even the, Delicate Arch at Arches National Park. There were a couple of really cool new potential designs. I thought that was going to be a really neat one, but that didn't win. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. But I didn't know that, Kaire. Washington, the state is not named after George Washington. The man was named George Washington after the president. Interesting. Kaire, that's really, I had no idea. Today I learned. Yeah. Could have had maybe Utah Raptor devouring a beehive. I would have voted for that one, my airspace. Yeah. Pretty cool. Oh, and you're smiling on flag for California. There you go, Dr. Hubs. Yeah. I mean, we already have an extinct animal on our state flag. Unfortunately, the famed grizzly, California grizzly on the California state flag, extinct. This animal is no longer around. The last of them were hunted to extinction in the 1920s, I believe. So there are no more grizzlies in the wild in California. The California grizzly, that distinct subspecies, which I think is Ursus arctos Horribilis californiensis? No, Ursus arctos californiensis, I think. Gone. Completely extinct. Oh, and thank you, someone. Was that an anonymous donation there? Holy cow, thank you. That was Golganek. Golganek, I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. We're now well over halfway. 8/10 of the way. Almost. So thank you so much, Golganek. That's very, very generous of you, and I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Yeah. Good stuff. Appreciate you, Golganek. Holy cow. Yeah. Our state flag, it's one of the better ones, but I think it could be improved. A number of years ago, I came up with a redesign. Let's see if I can find that on my hard drive for you here. Windows Explorer is taking forever. There we go. Okay. Digital art. Portfolio. Bingo. Here's my redesign of the California flag. I also did one where it says California Prehistoric instead of Republic. Yeah, it's Smilodon, the saber-toothed cat. Which is our state fossil, in fact. Smilodon fatalis. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I actually have this printed out on like a big flag. I had that in the background of some of our first ever streams here on Twitch back in 2020. Long time viewers might remember that. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, Golganek, hey, I appreciate that. Thank you again for your generosity there. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and order that chair right now. Lenina in Blue Front. Thank you, thank you. Let me refresh. Phenomenal. For Jim's chair. And Dr. Irrefutable, thank you. Holy cow. Man, I really appreciate that. Papa Jim is a legend. I'm happy to help out. Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that gets us there. Let me go ahead and make this purchase right now. Added chair. There we go. Yeah, nice. Okay. And I got Jim's address earlier. Right there. I already put the address in. So this. There. Make sure it's the right address. Okay, new card. All right. Ordered. Yes. Fantastic. Should be there May 1st. Let me I'm not going to bother him right now. We could give Jim a call, but we'll see if he shows up in the chat later, and I'll let him know. But yeah, it is from everyone, the whole community. Exactly, Lenina. Thank you, everybody. Seriously, Jim's really gonna like that. and it should make field work a bit easier for him. When I called him earlier today, we were talking about doing more field work in Doling's Bowl in Utah. This will be from mid-July to mid-August, basically. Like I've been doing for the past 3 years. This will be my 4th year working there in Doling's Bowl. Let's find some of those VODs here. Have to go back in time a bit. There we go. Some of the days when we had Jim with us, or maybe he hadn't shown up yet. You have your eye set on a battery setup for Jim's machine? He's already got one, to my knowledge, Claire. But I've got enough of those. I now have 3 different Jackery power stations. So if Jim really needs another one, I've got him covered. Yeah. If he's shown up, you will hear him even if he's not on camera, says Jody Fish. Yeah, maybe. This is taking forever to scroll through. Yeah, let's just go to playlists. There we go. Summer 2024, Utah.
So when we talk about these bones getting stepped on, you might mean like they were actually crunched by that Mirasaurus walking through.
Yeah, or another Mirasaurus.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
We know these bones were here. Yeah, these bones are already buried.
Yeah.
Remember, his foot came down to about here.
Really?
Yeah, and then when we dug under to separate it, so then we found bigger Guangdong ribs, beautifully preserved. We go, ooh, there's another level. I mean, way down. The leg was going down.
Yeah, so it's preserved.
If it wasn't for that thing getting stuck in the mud, we would never have found this level.
Wow.
We would have stopped before hitting it.
Salute to that Mirasaurus. Its sacrifice was not in vain.
Yeah, there's no way we would have found this other than we had to go under that foot because it was going down so steep.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's such a cool story.
Serendipity.
Very cool. Very cool. Let's see if we... This is day 10. Did we have Jim in the field with us at this point? I think he may have arrived just after that, or he may have been working on something in camp.
Acro is a
now you can hear him.
The Carcharodontosaurus proper. That's
yeah, there he is right there.
Kind of diagnostic, right?
Anywho, yeah. And Diagonal... Wait, I think I might know what book you're talking about. I may have already posted about this on Blue Sky. Retweeted Hank Green's post about this. Yeah. Was it this? Oh god. Yeah. It shares a title with a different book that Danny does recommend. Yeah. Steer clear of this one. This is ridiculous, where a bunch of prominent scientists and science-adjacent people who have taken like a hard rightward turn recently. I guess they've been writing essays about this for a while, and they're like, oh, science is under attack by forces that science actually isn't under attack by. It's awful rich that they're going to publish this in July, apparently, when science 1,000,000% is absolutely under attack. Scientists are being fired left and right. Entire research labs are being shut down. Science is being systematically defunded and dismantled in this country. And they wrote this book basically complaining that people were being mean to them on Twitter. Just a bunch of cry bullies. Anywho, I have thoughts too, Rakadactylus. Yeah, I'm holding my tongue here a little bit. But, yeah, oh boy. It is maddening, Dr. Irrefutable. Yeah. And Sketchy Track says, not just this country, it's a world phenomenon. True, yeah. Although I feel like here in the US, it's particularly pronounced right now. Because of, well, this current presidential regime. But we're not going to talk about that right now. I don't want to get too heated at the moment. What we're going to do real quick is I'm going to take a quick screenshot. We'll post that to Blue Sky because I keep forgetting to do this. Yeah. Alright, smiling for the camera. Let's see if this is any good here. Whoops. There we go. Nice. Excellent. We can use that. First take. Not too shabby. Yeah. There we go. Let's get it posted up there. Back in the office with viewer Q&A, a recap of fieldwork in St. George, Utah. Whatever else, whatever other paleontological shenanigans. We happen to get up to. Yeah. Join us at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Alt text. I'll put some descriptions and some Easter eggs in here. Because why not? Screenshot of current Twitch stream with me in my office. Flanked by a 3D printed Dilophosaurus skull. Flanked by 3D printed Dilophosaurus, Scelidosaurus, and Heterodontosaurus skulls, plus a lava lamp for our discussion of the end Triassic extinction events. Various other accoutrements. Hope I spelled that right. Radiant stratigraphy and Earth history. Save.
Hold on to your butts.
Post. There we go. I'll give you a link to that too in case you want to interact with that post for whatever reason. There you go. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Nell says, I can't quite put my finger on what expression it is on that clip. You mean this screenshot? Yeah. Hopefully it's, it looks friendly and welcoming. I don't know. But yeah. And thank you for the likes and the repost there. Appreciate it, everybody. Let's take a look at some of the clips from St. George as well. I've been trying to pay more attention to the clips in order to encourage people to make more clips now that we've got those clips openers at the beginning of the streams. Let's take a look at some of these. Like this right here.
Toe right there.
Yeah. Right here. And this is frustrating because the Starlink internet is not great. And so it does cut out and freeze and shutter sometimes. And I hope not all the clips are like this. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Okay.
You know.
Yeah.
Better to
There's the
stand in
heel
the
right.
rough. You can see the pads and
Nice.
all 3 nails.
Yeah.
So
Very cool. Another
Ms. Art Rules, you
raw later,
clipped this one.
presumably.
yeah,
Nice.
yeah, using that side for sure. Yep.
Raw later right here. Raw later right there.
Nice. Very nice. Here, let's go ahead and download that one. We can add that to our rotation. Let's try this one. Let's try this one. Oh, we gotta mute this. Oh, audio kept
Look
cutting
at
out.
that.
But there's our probably red-tailed hawk.
Wow. Tail?
It's waiting for one of us to die from heat stroke.
Gonna pick our bones clean.
Might be me.
Let's grab that one too. I know the audio cut out for part of it, but you know, could have been worse. Could have been worse. Let's see here. Another Swim Tracks one from Luna Sear. Let's see. I'm gonna find some more of these swim tracks. There's another one right there. That's a middle toe, the longest one. Along just scraping the bottom. And they're really these together when you've got like a whole trail of footprints, a trackway, guys walking along on dry land, and then they get into the water and you can see where they start swimming, which is incredible. You know, to have a trackway like that that really tells you a story, it's pretty special, you know? How many places in the world can you see that? Not very many. It's one of the reasons why this site is so special, you know? That's not too shabby. Thank you, Luna Sear, for posting that. We'll download that one as well. And Anathema, you are right when you say, I'm sure you've been asked this a ton, but what makes a dig an emergency dig? We have until the end of the month to excavate as many fossils as possible before the site gets destroyed. Yeah. But yeah. Sketchy Track says, I hate that this mission starts with the word emergency. Well, I mean, it's an apt description, though. You know? I wish it weren't such an urgent thing, but it is. You know? Yeah. Let's take a look at some of these other...
It's so important to study these things carefully. There's nowhere on this planet that you've got an unbroken record from, you know, the beginning of Earth history until the present. There's no place on Earth that's been a depositional environment for that entire time that I'm aware of. So you got to kind of go to different areas in order to get a complete picture, put all those puzzle pieces together in order to figure out the whole history of our planet. Why it's so important to study.
That's not too shabby. I like that one.
Why it's so important to study these things carefully.
We'll go ahead and grab that, and let's see who posted this one. Pills55. It's a good clip. Thanks for clipping it. Here's one with Mrs. Ferguson, who's a 7th grade teacher.
Yeah, should we take a look at your fish? Look at that. Oh, very nice. Covered a little bit more of it. And is this the tail on the end?
We
Almost
aren't
kinda looks
sure
like-
which
yeah.
end is which, but it does start right there.
Nice.
This reminds me, she texted me to ask about the status of her fish.
The scales exposed right here is when I realized that I had something.
I need to text her back about that.
It's solid, but this layer is kind of flaky and weird, so
Right.
we had to solidify it with some more glue, and we're waiting for it to dry, and then we're gonna go back in and
Very nice.
hopefully pull it out. So
What did that feel like to, you know, find a 200 million year old fish?
it felt amazing. Makes the whole trip worth it for sure.
Pretty darn cool.
Yeah.
And there's a decent chance this is going to be a new species too. I mean, like
Yeah.
this could be brand new to science.
Greater than 50-50 shot at this point.
Dream right there, right?
It's probably.
We want to go look at the.
Nice. So we'll grab that as well. And download. Excellent. Let me text her back real quick before I forget. Here, before I forget, Ken wants a picture too. Here, Ken. November 2024. Where was that? Save image. Here you go, Ken. Excellent. All right, and didn't grab any photos. Sorry. But by the time I'd left on Saturday afternoon, Andrew had started making cuts around getting ready to start trenching it. We'll do a thumbs up emoji there too. There we go. Excellent. Okay, I feel good about that. Doing my due diligence here, trying to keep everybody updated, all that good stuff. Yeah. Anywho. And let's see, maybe a couple more clips, and then we'll move on to something else. This one here.
Right there, see? And so in the lab, we'll do some prep work, we'll remove some of this rock. It'll look much prettier. It'll be, you know, you could tell at a glance that it's a fish after it's been prepped. But right here, we get these kind of iron concretion-y halo stuff that kind of...
Was the audio cutting out that much during these streams?
The fossils here.
If it was, I apologize. It's
Paleo
really
Apato
lousy.
1, Paleo Apato 2, Paleo Apato 3, Paleo
And
Apato
Patrick
4,
Crusader.
Paleo Science Shake.
Ontogeny.
Thank you for the 23 months of support. I really appreciate that, Patrick Crusader. Holy cow! Thank you for keeping me here online for that long. That's wonderful. Yeah. And some days were worse than others. Yeah, unfortunately, yes. I haven't really had a chance to go back and look at the VODs much. That must have been really frustrating, and I'm sorry. There was probably a lot of good stuff that was missed because of that. I'll see if there's anything that I can do to... Maybe we need a software update or something. Maybe a system reset, but I'm going to look into that, chat, and we'll see if there's anything that I can do to help improve the reliability of the satellite dish. Yeah. Not the worst field trip, but by no means... Not the worst, but by no means the worst. I'm glad to hear that, Ken. Yeah. Starlink works better than cell networks sometimes. I've had cell networks that are... They kind of work flawlessly. I'm thinking about maybe updating the mobile streaming rig. I've been trying to save up some money for this sort of thing, and when I get the T-Rex skull delivered, I should be making a bit of money off of that. Maybe I'll put that toward an improved IRL rig. We'll see. I need to really think about that, and also talk to Ios about this sort of thing. She usually has really good advice. So we'll see. Yeah. And put it on your wish list? I mean, I'm not going to put $1,000... $1,000 item. I could, but... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. And I think it was the location. It was a different kind of drop than we had in Wyoming or Utah. It could have been Ken, but oh, Claire is saying this. It could have been Claire, but I also have a different dish. It's the smaller Starlink dish, which has got a weaker Wi-Fi radio on it. It's just a smaller device overall, too, arguably not as powerful, and so that could have been a big part of it. Because I feel like we had similar drops when we were in North Dakota. When we were at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Pull up those VODs. But it would just kind of... It would lose audio for a while, and then it would kind of freeze up. Like here.
It's a fabulous.
And then I had the volume rocker down.
Anyhow. Well, with some of my staff, who'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, we're really excited about that. I told them
there we go.
Kind of some cutting edge things in dinosaur science today. Oh man, I'm excited. Right here we've got this lovely Triceratops skull. So this was actually here long before.
We're watching to see if we get any similar drops or hiccups here.
This museum was established in like the earlier mid-1990s, kind of during the Jurassic Park craze here in Dickinson, North Dakota.
In fact, actually this... There, brief detour, brief rabbit hole here. I've got a book that talks about this museum. Let me just grab it. Oh.
I didn't know what dinosaurs is all about until these boys come.
Dark Tarkanis, thank you for the 50 months of support. Holy cow, it's a long time. Appreciate you. Holy moly. Yeah. Good stuff. There. Be right back. Here's that book. I remember getting this from the library when I was a kid. And I read this thing cover to cover, I don't know how many times. Which is how I remembered that there was a brief snippet in here about, at the time, what they called the Dakota Dinosaur Museum. North Carolina, North Dakota. There we go. The Dakota Dinosaur Museum. June 1994 marked the grand opening of this 13,500 square foot dinosaur museum, complete with 10 full-scale dinosaur skeletons and a life-size model of Triceratops. That's the one outside, out front of the museum. Museum has a children's corner and a working fossil lab. Yeah. That museum has improved so much since hiring Denver Fowler as curator. This is like a world-class museum at this point. They've got several holotypes, new species of dinosaur. The original name-bearing specimens for those new species of dinosaur are at this museum now.
And it closed for a while, and then it was actually purchased by the city of Dickinson, North Dakota. It's now a municipal museum. So we'll be talking a little bit about that. And, well, here comes Denver. Denver, how's it going? You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm Denver Fowler. I am the curator here on the dinosaur side of the museum, and I run the field work and basically organize the lab and collections, things like that as well, with some of my staff who'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, we're really excited about that. I told them we're going to get to meet Steve and
So
see
far, no big
the work in
drops
the
or
lab and
anything.
everything. So very cool. One of the themes on today's broadcast is just going to be how this might not seem like a very large museum, but it punches well above its weight in terms of field work and research and outreach. And I really think, we're going to hit you over the head with that idea today. You're going to see it firsthand. So yeah, where do you think we should start? Should we start at the front of the museum, or we're the only people in here right now, so we don't have to worry about
make a lot of noise.
Yeah. So yeah, I got the chat on.
Anywho, I had a different setup in here too. It wasn't just operating off of the Starlink dish. It was a whole complicated thing, and a whole mesh setup. So the dish was outside the building, and there were cords running from that inside to an auxiliary router, which was then hooked up to a mesh network. So I had several of these mesh devices in there. I had 3 of them that I'd placed strategically around the interior of the museum in order to provide better Wi-Fi connectivity. So whether the problem is with satellite connectivity, like the dish actually talking to satellites, or whether it's just that the signal from the dish itself was kind of weak, when I was in St. George, I don't know. Whether I would walk too far from the dish and it would temporarily lose connectivity and we'd get those signal drops. I'm guessing that's probably what it was. But anyway, that mesh setup was, I'm still kind of astonished that it worked. This is something that, yeah, it was complex. A lot of moving parts there. There we go. This is what I had to try and cram into my one carry-on bag that I brought to North Dakota, along with clothes and books and everything else. But there's a lot going on here. There's a lot that goes into a live stream like that, And this is very much not the intended purpose of, like, a Starlink. It's not designed to work with any of this stuff. So I had to figure out which devices were compatible with which other devices, and then run a bunch of tests and everything, but I got it to work. But man, it's a lot of different bits and pieces, Yeah. So anyhow, I bet the issues are between the dish and your rig. It probably is, Claire. It's probably that I was just kind of wandering too far from the router when we were out there in St. George. I bet you that's it. Because it definitely was really bad at first, on the first day.
A bit more of this gypsum to the bottom.
And then it got a lot better.
So what is this you're putting in the water now? Oh, no, this is more of the bandage.
This is more of the bandages, so I just needed to get some more.
This is isolated. My tent is too messy right now. You don't want to see that. Yeah. Where's your hotel? I brought my own. There you go, Fable Foxweaver. Yeah. The tent saved me a lot of money. Holy cow. Camping, but he can still go to Taco Bell at midnight. Yeah. Or for lunch, Barian, like I did today. Ask not for whom the Taco Bell tolls. It tolls for me. Yeah.
Anyway, Ms. Art Rule says, can you imagine, Chad, he hauled that through airport security? Yeah, holy cow. It wasn't bad going through security in San Francisco, here at home. On the way out, they're like, yeah, okay. But coming back home from North Dakota, it took me a solid hour to get through TSA, even though it's the smallest airport I've ever gone through. There's literally one TSA agent there. No, there were two, actually. But yeah, he insisted on pulling every piece out and looking at each one and asking what they were, and then put it in at the end. And he like told me I couldn't touch them or anything. And he's trying to put them back into the bag, and he's like, "No, you can't touch it. Only I can touch it." I'm like, okay, go ahead then. And it turns out he couldn't get it to fit back in the bag. So at the end of it, he's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, whatever." Like, great. Yeah, not the best TSA experience. Definitely not. Yeah, they see everything in San Francisco TSA. Not the same in North Dakota. Yeah. Yeah. You know, like, looking at all these different mechanisms. Oh. Where's the corn go? It wasn't really that bad, but I'm sorry. I shouldn't be disparaging the Midwest. Ms. Jen City, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Maybe he just wanted to take it. I did have that happen in Salt Lake City one time. They took one of my battery packs. They're like, "Oh, the capacity on this is too large." I'm like, "No, it's definitely not. I checked the TSA regulations in advance. It says TSA friendly on it right there." And the guy's like, "No, you can't trust that kind of thing." And he put it into his pocket. Yeah, that sort of thing happens all the time. So yeah. Anyway, Miss Jenny City, I appreciate you being here. Thank you for the follow. Sorry I'm being so negative at the moment. Let's get into talking about some fossils, shall we? Yeah. And there you go, Mayor Space, yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Let's see. We did have a few pieces of fossil news that I wanted to take a look at. So we'll do that. Let me check my agenda. We're checking things off left and right. We went through clips. Got the chair from Jim. Oh, let's talk about some little souvenirs. I got souvenirs from St. George. David Slough, who is something of a living legend in Southwest paleoichnology. Let's see, did we interact with David on the last day? I think we did. He gave me some keepsakes, which was not expecting at all. I was really grateful. It was very sweet of him. DJ Halls 2099, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here, let's see if we can find David here in one of our clips, or in one of our VODs. We had him showing off some of the tracks at one point. And then this one here. Where was that? Clips. Here's David here.
Right here.
This is the signal cutting out a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Okay.
You know.
Yeah.
It's better than
There's the
staying in
heel
the
right.
rock. You can see the pads and
Nice.
all 3 nails.
Yeah.
So
Very cool. Another Grawlator, presumably.
yeah, that's right for sure. Yep.
Grawlator right here. Grawlator right there.
I was hoping that was going to be a longer clip. But David is kind of the... it's the start of a paleontological dynasty. He's a member of the local community, lives there in St. George. He's been helping out with the museum, I think, basically since the beginning, practically since the year 2000. And, his son, Dustin, was working there at the quarry. And then Dustin's daughter, his granddaughter, was finding stuff left and right. She found several theropod teeth, I believe. Anyway, David's a really nice guy. He kind of reminds me of my Uncle Dave, actually. I'm trying to find a clip of him. Here, I know that he was there. On camera a bit. The last time I was in St. George. Here he is here.
Of the collection process.
Speaking of Wyoming, my brother used to live there.
Really? What part?
Here's David here in the orange shirt.
Cheyenne? Nice.
And they have rodeo days, I think it's called. And when there, I ate a rattlesnake hot dog.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Featherhead. Yeah.
Doesn't that just scream Wyoming?
It does. And what was cool, Claire, is that David had a different hat every single day while we were there in the quarry. You know, he said at some point, "I'm a man of many hats," and he meant that very literally. Yeah.
Not as a hot dog though.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It actually the meat's
Properly prepared.
the meat. Yeah. It actually tastes good. Yeah, I had it in Salt Lake at one of those beast places. Beast places that sell all meat. They had like carnivore night, and they bring you slabs of hot slabs.
Salt Lake area. In
These guys have numbers.
it's not called.
Anyway, David was really cool, and really grateful for all of the support that came through this community during all of that. And so, as a thank you, he gave me some keepsakes, and I'll share them with you right now. I wish I had one to share with everybody in the chat, but he gave me 4 different items here. Here's one of them. So David makes these. Oh, there you go. If you want to order one of these, that's well, there's his number right there. He doesn't have a website yet. I was encouraging him to do that, but it's a lot of work, you know. This is not a sculpt, but a cast of a tiny theropod track right here. A little tiny Grawlator, most likely. And there's a magnet, and there's his initials there. These are for sale in the gift shop in St. George if you'd like to get one. It is one of the coolest souvenirs you could buy. This is, I would say, almost a research grade cast of a Grawlator. Really, really cool. There's this one right here, and this is called the Katie Bell track. This replica of a Grawlator track may have been made by a juvenile Megapnosaurus-like meat-eating dinosaur, and is lovingly nicknamed after the granddaughter of David Slough, the discoverer of this track. So not only did he discover this, but he produces these molds and casts himself. Tracks found at this site will help experts interpret dinosaur behavior. Wonder if the museum ships to other states? You can ask. Addicted to capping, they might. Yeah. If you call up the gift shop, you might be able to make a deal with them. So if you thought that track was tiny, take a look at this right here. Huh. You ready? So, super, super tiny right here. This is one of the smallest dinosaur tracks in the world. And so, David was really proud to show me this. It's another one that he found. And he made a big deal out of how it was so small that you could hide it under a dime. And sure enough, in the package, he included a dime. And there you go. How wild is that? That is so cool. And this would be presumably from a hatchling little theropod dinosaur. From the hatchling of the Growlithe Trackmaker. Animal that would have looked a lot like trying to find you a hatchling Coelophysis. Yeah. A hatchling from one of these guys, basically. Coelophysoid type dinosaur. Just little tiny guy. Probably freshly out of the egg, practically. So it's super tiny. And this one also has a neodymium magnet on the back. Yeah. Pretty neat. Was Coelophysis that tall, says Murph? Yeah. Yeah. There are larger specimens of Coelophysis get even a little bit bigger than this. Yeah. As I understand it, anyway.
I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct.
Anathema, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. So yeah, good stuff. A US dime. This would be, you might call this a 10 pence in the UK. Worth 10 pennies. It's the smallest coin that we have in US currency. Smallest in terms of size. It's smaller than a penny. Yeah, the smallest thing that the US Mint produces. Hide that little dinosaur track underneath. Pretty cool. I think this is another Katie Bell track right here, just painted up differently. Yeah. Yeah, I actually like the way that this one is painted a little bit more, but we won't focus on that. That's really neat looking. But there is a limited edition item. David was like, I think you'd appreciate this. Like, they don't sell these in the gift shop anymore. They probably never will. But he thought this was really cool. And, there it is, last item. It is a little Matchbox car with the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site logo on it. It's like a little Jeep Wrangler. But how cool is that? Yeah, limited edition. This is gonna stay in the package. That's, that is pretty nifty. That is pretty nifty. You know. Of course, as a Toyota guy myself, you know, having a FJ40 or a Land Cruiser or something like that would have been, but even a Land Rover or something. Anything but a Jeep. But you know what? I appreciate it for what it is. And I'm grateful. This was very kind of David, and I can share it with all of you. So, collector's item for sure. There you go. Sydney, yeah. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. You can't get those anymore. So, yeah. Good Good stuff. So, shout out to David Sloff. Oh, here we go. I forgot. Yeah, here's a recent news piece about this. This is from March 10th, last month. Let's see if we can embiggen this.
David Sloff just got out of his car when he made a discovery. You just found this right.
So, yeah, here he is. And is that Jerry Harris there on the left? I didn't actually get to meet Jerry, but...
David Sloff just got out of his car when he made a discovery. You just found this right behind your car.
Yeah. No, we can assume dino track.
I'm Fox 13 Southern Utah news reporter Chris Reed. What David found is just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more behind the ridge.
And these rock layers are full of fossil fishes and fossil dinosaurs.
Yeah,
and
that's Jerry
hopefully
Harris
some
there.
fossil other things we're hoping to discover.
From the beginning of the Jurassic period, about 200 million years ago.
You're a detective, except you're usually late to the scene millions and millions of years.
Slough worked at the St. George Hospital, but is now retired. He brought along his adult son, Dustin, and granddaughter, Gianna.
And I seem to have had an eye for it right off the bat, and they recognized that and invited me along.
And that ability has rubbed off.
I am chipping away at what we're calling the dance floor, and I'm trying to find fish. So I found something right here. I need someone to take a look at it.
And after a check from Grandpa,
Yeah, that's definitely a scale.
14-year-old Gianna caught a 200 million year old fish. And not just any fish. At this site, right behind the appropriately named Fossil Ridge Intermediate School, they are finding species of fish and other prehistoric animals that have never been seen before. And it's a race against time to find them.
The city is going to put in a very large electrical substation here to feed all the expansion that's happening sort of the south end of town, and it just happens to intersect our bone-producing layers.
The city of St. George wasn't able to respond. The lead paleontologist for the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site said the city's been very cooperative,
Is
but
Andrew there?
have told him that they have to start work on the electric substation by early May to beat the summer heat. What was found at the site will ultimately end up about a block or two away, here at the Dinosaur Discovery Museum site in St. George. The fossils will be brought to a lab on site where they'll be cataloged and examined further, and perhaps more discoveries will be made. From the Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum in St. George, Chris Reed, Fox 13 News, Utah.
There you go. No, let's see. Man, you were asking, I think, about... Were you asking about that rock that David found at the beginning of the video? Because there's a theropod track in there.
David Sloff just got out of his car.
Yeah, this one
when
here?
he made a discovery. You just found this right behind your car.
Yeah. No, we can assume dino track.
So yeah, there's one of the toes right there. There's another one there. It's kind of blobby, so it's not the prettiest one. But the reason why they're making a big deal out of it in the video is that he literally had just stepped outside of his vehicle and found that on the ground. David's got kind of a sixth sense for this kind of thing. Being able to just pick out dinosaur tracks, and the tracks of other animals too. He's really got a good eye for this kind of thing. He finds stuff that just about nobody else would, except for maybe Andrew. So, yeah, and he's not a professional paleontologist. He used to work in the hospital, but after retiring, he just kind of found his passion in this, and he's been expressing that through helping out at the museum, helping out doing field work. The number of tracks that he's discovered is kind of astonishing. So, yeah, the man's kind of a living legend. It's pretty neat. Anyhow, yeah. And Grawlater. Yeah, there you go, Claire. Take a look at that. So, I don't know. I wouldn't say that's a typical footprint form. What are you saying there, Wikipedia? That looks way too big. But, anyhow. When we say Grawlater, we're not referring to a kind of dinosaur. We're referring to a kind of footprint. We don't necessarily know what kinds of dinosaurs are leaving Grawlater-type footprints. Like, it's some kind of smallish theropod. So, meat-eating dinosaur that would have looked something like this. You know, little leggy guy like that, 3-toed feet, the kind that would leave those sorts of footprints. But the name Graulator refers to the morphology of the track. It doesn't refer to the animal itself. It's just, here is the outline, you know, the shape of the track, the morphology of the track. Yeah. Pretty neat. And it's SLAUF, sloth. There you go. Thank you, Golganek. Yeah. You are correct. Yes. Alright, let's take a look at the intro video for the museum. This will be a nice way to kind of recap as well. Take a look at another video that Brian Eng had produced. This is one that he did for the museum, and so there are little monitors around the museum. I've heard they might be installing buttons soon that you can push in order to start the video up. Eventually, it'd be really cool if they had like a tiny little theater that you could walk into. This can kind of set the stage for what you're going to be seeing in the museum. I love how atmospheric Brian Eng's work is oftentimes. It's so cool. Oh, and hang on. Mayor Space says, so what would we call the critter if we could match the track to a skeleton? The critter would have a different name. Yeah. If we're able to find enough of a skeleton to name that dinosaur, it would have a different name. Yeah. Right now we're saying it's something maybe similar to Megapnosaurus, but we don't have enough of the skeleton to actually describe it and name it yet. That's one of the big things that they're hoping for there at the current emergency excavation is, let's try and find more of this animal so that we can name it, you know? That would be so cool. But it hasn't happened yet. Yeah.
Welcome to the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site. The museum you're about to explore is built around one of the most important and fascinating dinosaur track sites anywhere in the world. The stone floor of this museum was actually deposited here in the early Jurassic period, around 200 million years ago, as sand and clay were deposited along the shoreline of an ancient lake. Paleontologists have named this prehistoric lake deposit Lake Dixie.
We used to call it Lake Dixie. Now it's called Lake Whitmore. So we're talking about the same lake. Yeah, eventually they'll probably update this. But it's now called Lake Whitmore.
This important fossil site was discovered in the year 2000 by Dr. Sheldon Johnson, a local optometrist, when he was leveling out a hill on his property. As Dr. Johnson turned over slabs of rock on his land, he was surprised to discover incredibly deep.
Look at that beautiful theropod track right there. Just gorgeous.
Detailed footprints
the lighting really
and
does
natural
make
casts of footprints left by the feet of dinosaurs. The rocks here record a dramatic change in the environment toward the beginning of the history of dinosaurs. Each of these distinct rock formations were formed over millions of years as.
So yeah, here we go. There's the Chinle Formation, which is that's Triassic in age. Then we have the Moenavi Formation from the beginning of the Jurassic period. That's the Lake Whitmore sediments. These are the rocks that we were digging in. It's the same formation. And then above that, I think you have the Kayenta. I was talking with Jeff Martz about this. You know, growing up as a kid, I would read about, you know, rocks from this time period. I'd read about the dinosaurs from there and everything. And I'd never actually heard this name pronounced. I always assumed it should be like Chinle or something. Like maybe it's, you know, it almost sounds like it's derived from Spanish. Chinle. No, That's not the case. I was kind of puzzled when I started to hear paleontologists pronounce it later on. When I'd be talking with fossil scientists, they'd say Chin-Lee. It's the Chin-Lee Formation. What do you mean Chin-Lee? It looks like it should be Chin-Lee, right? No, Chin-Lee, it's Navajo. It's not Spanish. So yeah, that's what Jeff Martz told me. And suddenly it makes sense. Chin-Lee Formation.
Layers of sediment were deposited by swamps, rivers and lakes, floodplains, and desert sand dunes. In the late Triassic Chin-Lee Formation, the first small dinosaurs eked out an existence in a world dominated by various other strange ancient creatures that were distinct from dinosaurs.
Yep. Again, I really like Brian Eng's work here. It's really cool. That's Coelophysis that you see right here. So these are the same dinosaurs that you have in... many of you have seen Walking with Dinosaurs. Here we go. Stop it. There we go. Many of you will remember this. Dicynodonts. It's not actually a reptile. It's a synapsid, but whatever. So this is the Chin-Lee Formation here. The Chin-Lee. There's Coelophysis there. It's portrayed without feathers here. They may have had proto-feathers. Kind of hair-like, simple feathers. Mammal-like reptile. Yeah, they're not reptiles. These are, though. Here's Coelophysis. Watch out, lungfish. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Lungfish, get out of there! You don't know what this theropod can do to you. Ugh. Wrecked. So anyway, Coelophysis in the Chin-Lee Formation. I'm trying to make this connection for anybody who's maybe seen Walking with Dinosaurs before. These are often really memorable sequences. You know, a lot of us watched this as kids, or you know, you kind of got it tucked away there in your brain. I'm trying to make these connections. This is what we're talking about here, the Chin-Lee Formation. There we go. These are the rocks that underlie the Moenavi Formation. Now, we had a MMN man says this looks like AI-generated videos. It's definitely not. Now, Walking with Dinosaurs premiered in 1999. It was produced by the British Broadcasting Corporation. It's kind of a watershed moment in
Let's protect our
paleontology documentaries.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Roll a Stony, thank you for the subscription there. Thank you for the Prime. Welcome to the community. Thank you for that support. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Good stuff. And I think MMN Man was asking, how do we know how old these rocks are? So for some of them, it's approximately. Like, we don't actually have a hard and fast date. But for some of the other ones, we absolutely do. And a lot of that is through what we call radiometric dating. So there are certain radioactive isotopes that you can find in some of the rocks, and there'll be one kind of element that decays into another kind of element at a regular rate. Think about it kind of like, Here, let me grab a visual aid. It's kind of like an hourglass. So you know how an hourglass works. You turn it over, and the sand filters through that aperture like that, and you can use it to tell the time. It's not a clock or anything, but we know the rate at which the sand goes through. And so if it's I think this one's a 5-minute timer. If all the sand has gone through, you know it's been 5 minutes. But if you stop it at any point, and you measure the amount of sand in one part versus the other, you can tell how long it's been since it was turned over. Does that make sense? We can do the same thing with rocks through what we call radiometric dating. Let me find you a quick video to help explain this, because I bet you there are other people here in the chat who are also wondering about this. How does this sort of thing work, you know? Take a look at this one.
The carving of Mount Rushmore was completed in 1941, but the rocks it was carved into were completed quite a bit earlier than that, 1.7 billion years ago. How does a geologist
How do we know that?
And how do they know that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old? The answer is a technique called radiometric dating, which lets us tell the age of certain types of rock. Radiometric dating relies on the fact that certain elements have what are called isotopes. These are versions of the atom with extra neutrons in them.
So if you remember back to, like, you know, high school physics or chemistry, you know about the nucleus of the atom, and then you've got the electrons that go around the outside. In the nucleus, you've got protons and neutrons. The number of protons determines the atomic number. So, you know, carbon has 6 protons, right? Do I have that right? I should know this. Pretty sure it's 6. But you can have different numbers of neutrons. And the neutrons are neutrally charged, so they don't really affect how the atom works. But they are different isotopes, and we can identify them, and they can be really important clues. Think of these as like different flavors of the same kind of element. And what flavor it is, identifying that flavor can be really important for figuring cool stuff out.
Radioactive isotope decays at a consistent rate. These measurements give us something called the half-life, or the amount of time it takes for 1/2 of the isotope to decay. When an isotope's half-life is up, half your original element will be gone, transformed into a different isotope. Another half-life.
So we know that these things, they decay at a known rate. So like those neutrons can go away. Sometimes even the protons go away when it like decays into another element. We know the rate at which this happens. Just like we know the rate at which, you know, sand might go through an hourglass like this. And so that's really important information for figuring out how long it's been since the process got started.
And you're down to 1/4 of your original amount. A half-life after that, and you're down to 1/8, and so on. The length of a half-life is different for every isotope. If you wait for enough half-lives to pass, you'll have a hard time detecting any of your original material. So to date something relatively recent, you want an isotope that decays quickly. To go older, you want an isotope that decays very.
So, given that this is Twitch, a lot of you are probably familiar with that term. Half-Life from the popular video game series with here we go. Yeah. The popular video game series Half-Life with Morgan Freeman. Right, Penny Pie? Yeah. That's him. There you go. Yeah, Morgan Freeman and his crowbar. There you go, Claire Burr. Yeah. That's how you remember it, Captain Lummy? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're getting feisty. Hey, don't bite me. I know you weren't trying to hurt me, bite me, but watch those teeth. Watch those teeth. They're sharp. They're sharp. Can't wait for the sequel, Quarter Life. Well, it would be... It's never quarter. There's just different half-lives. Anyway, yeah. Let's get my landlord paid here, and then we'll continue. Yeah. What do you think, Minnie? Is it time for more treats for you? It's always time for more treats for you, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. There you go. Chow down. And this is true, Lordy, yeah. Yeah, yesterday, Lordy and Ios and I went out for a walk, and we took Mini Pie with us, not on a leash, but in a special, like, cat backpack thing. Kind of like, I guess it was kind of like this, but a little bit different. And, yeah, we think she really enjoyed it. She was only, at first, she was kind of freaked out because she thought maybe she was going to the veterinarian. But, yeah, then she realized, hey, we've been walking around for like 20 minutes. And she got to see all kinds of birds and smell some flowers and stuff. And, she seemed pretty happy when she got home. Yeah, so I think she enjoyed that. That might turn into a regular thing. Yeah. No, and Mini Pie really does like being outside. We have to work really hard to keep her in so she doesn't escape. When Ios and Lordy used to live in San Francisco, they had like a little garden area that all the cats could, well, the Mini Pie and Moon Pie could hang out in. It was enclosed, and they don't have that anymore. They live here in the house. But anyhow, yeah, the good stuff, Minnie. Is it good stuff? Yeah. What do you think? Yeah. And there you go, Scorch Hellfire. Yeah, you know the song. Let's get back to here. We managed to get 1 minute and 33 seconds into the video before getting too distracted with side questions and stuff. Yeah, and what watch is that? Says English Militia. This is a Fossil brand watch, although the O on there has fallen off, so it's just a Fossil watch. But my grandfather got me for this for my 18th birthday. It's got a nice cage over the crystal in order to keep it from shattering. But yeah, this started off as a field watch. I used to only really wear this when I was in the field. And then I decided I like it so much, I'm just going to wear it all the time. Kind of did the same thing with the beard, too. I used to only grow a beard when I was out doing field work. Then when I'd come back to civilization, I'd shave it off. But yeah, I liked it. I liked it. So I decided to keep it. Anyway, let's continue here. Yeah.
In the late Triassic Chinle Formation, the first small dinosaurs eked out an existence in a world dominated by various other strange ancient creatures that were distinct
There you
from
go, Galrox. Good question.
Moving up into the early Jurassic Monave and Kayenta formations, the climate became drier and more seasonal. But the
So this is important too. We've got we were working in the Moenave Formation in St. George, and Whitmore Point members. So that's what Lake Whitmore is named after. We've got a Dilophosaurus skull on our wall today. Dilophosaurus is not from the Moenave Formation. It's from the overlying Kayenta Formation up here. And so when I was saying that Dilophosaurus did not leave those footprints, even though you see a lot of Dilophosaurus stuff at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum, that's because that's the closest big dinosaur we have. We don't have any big dinosaurs named from the Moenave Formation, to my knowledge. There's no big theropod that's known from here. The bits and pieces that we've been finding there in St. George, the teeth and the bones, those are tantalizing clues. They're not enough to name a new dinosaur based on yet, but maybe we'll find some really good pieces, some that are what we call diagnostic. They're more identifiable. They can tell us more about what that animal was like. If we can do that, then we can name that dinosaur and we can stop using Dilophosaurus. But for the time being, Dilophosaurus is what you're going to see in this video and what you see there in the museum.
The
and all that
moon
stuff.
does exist.
The Void Between, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah.
But the fossil tracks preserved in these formations show us that dinosaurs were increasing in size and abundance.
Yep.
The Lake Dixie...
Oh, so this is really cool. This piece of art here from Brian Eng. This is a speculative look at what these dinosaurs may have looked like. We don't know. There's a chance they had crests like Dilophosaurus, maybe. But since all we have are footprints and a few bones and teeth, not enough to, know what the shape of the head is or anything like that. This is a really speculative kind of vision of, like, maybe, We got to have some kind of picture, so let's kind of go wild with it. That's often Brian Eng's approach for stuff like this. Yeah.
Dixie deposits on Dr. Johnson's farm, where this museum is now built, are part of that early Jurassic Monave Formation.
Yeah.
So here you can see all these beautiful little ripples that are formed probably from a wind blowing in off the edge of the lake, and they're forming right along the margin of the shoreline. So this, what you're seeing here, is the shoreline of the lake. And the water level probably dropped a little bit, so this would have still been nice and wet as this dinosaur walked and stepped in. So here's the middle toe, the outside toes. And here you can see how the ripples have been deformed from the weight of the animal stepping into the soft
Pretty cool.
mud.
While tracks are abundant, dinosaur bones from the early Jurassic period are extremely rare. So the rock record here in St. George has given us a unique window into what was going on during this important time period. And the tracks here show us that early dinosaurs were by far the most abundant land animals in this ecology.
One of the more common tracks we have here are these small meat-eating dinosaur tracks, which go by the name of Grawlater. Now, Grawlater is not the name of a dinosaur, it's the name of a dinosaur track type.
Remember, this is what I was just telling you. It's not the name of the creature itself, it's the name of this track morphotype.
Grawlater. Now, Grawlater is not the name of a dinosaur, it's the name of a dinosaur track type.
Paleontologists give fossil tracks a separate name from fossil skeletons.
Yep.
Because finding tracks along with a skeleton is extremely rare. And many different
I don't know if it's ever actually happened with a dinosaur, where you've got, like, a trackway and then a skeleton, where, like, the animal's walking and then it died. You have a skeleton right there. I don't think that's ever actually happened with a dinosaur. And so, in order to, just to be safe, we don't want to assume that a certain kind of dinosaur left a certain kind of trackway. Sometimes you can be almost sure, but you can never be 100% certain. And so it just makes sense to give the tracks and the skeletons different names. I hope that that's not too confusing a concept. Hopefully that makes sense,
kinds of dinosaurs left pretty similar three-toed footprints.
One thing that paleontologists can do is we can look at the lengths of the toes, the configuration of the toes, and the shapes of the claws, and compare those to the bones of dinosaurs that are known from the same time period, and use that to help narrow down which kind of dinosaurs may have been the culprits that made these tracks.
These growliter tracks were left by small theropod dinosaurs. Theropods are the group of dinosaurs that eventually gave rise to famous giants like Tyrannosaurus rex, and also all modern birds. Despite this mind-boggling diversity, most theropods, including many modern birds, still walk around on 3 big toes.
Yep.
These growliter tracks were most likely made by a small theropod dinosaur similar to this Megapnosaurus, whose bones have been found in the slightly younger Kayenta Formation.
Oh, and Ken makes a good point here. Morticnia is a thing, but I only know of the horseshoe crab. Wait, so there's one where oh, I'm not actually familiar with this. Wow, this is new to me. A Morticnia is the death march, or last walk of a living creature. These are sometimes preserved as fossil footprints. I didn't know there's a term for this. That's so cool. Oh, man. In 2002, the Morticnia, the last steps of a horseshoe crab, were found in a lithographic limestone in Bavaria, Germany. The footprints left enough evidence for researchers to determine that the creature probably fell into the lagoon upside down, righted itself, so it flipped itself over, started walking before succumbing to the anoxic conditions of the water. This is the Wyoming Dinosaur Center. Interesting. Must have been a commercial specimen that they purchased. But yeah. So yeah, it's the only example that I know of any creature preserved as a fossil that left tracks and then it just died immediately, and there's its body there too. That's bonkers. Wow. And yeah, mort equals death and ichthya equals trace. There you go, PaleoCan. Yep. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Morticnia. That sounds like it'd be a beautiful name for a baby girl, too. If both of her parents are like big-time goths, you know? Could see that being a thing. Yeah. Any goth chatters here right now? Morticia's cousin. Oh, there you go, PaleoCan. Yeah. Westrels' oldest live leak video. Yeah, oh no. Live leak video with a horseshoe crab is like, oh no, I know that horseshoe crab is not making it out of this video alive. Yeah. I like to have sort of goth days and wear black lipstick. Nice, Petrodactylus. I bet you in person that would look good on you. Yeah, I can see why you do that. Yeah, and I was definitely part of the goth/punk crowd when I was in school. Nice. Kaire, very nice. Yeah, and that would be a good title for a horror flick. Morticnia. Yeah, Amanda, you're right. Anyway, cool stuff. So yeah, it's extremely rare to actually have the body of the organism along with its tracks, because that would have to mean that it's walking and then it immediately dies and happens to be fossilized, which is extraordinarily rare. It's amazing that this exists at all. We don't have that for dinosaurs, for any dinosaurs, and so when we're trying to figure out who left what tracks, there's a lot of guesswork involved, you know? That's the wrong way to put it. It's not that there's a lot of guesswork. It's that it's very, very difficult to demonstrate that a particular kind of dinosaur left a particular kind of track. Often because the same environments that preserve tracks don't preserve bones. These are usually like different kinds of depositional settings. It's one of the reasons why St. George is so incredibly important, why that substation site, our emergency fossil dig, why that site is so important, because there's tracks there and there's bones. So there is the potential, maybe, to kind of match up a skeleton to some tracks. It's rare to have that, to have those in proximity to one another. Does that make sense? Yeah.
On 3 big toes. These growliter tracks were most likely made by a small theropod dinosaur similar to this Megapnosaurus, whose bones have been found in the slightly younger Kayenta Formation. While growliter tracks are by far the most abundant dinosaur tracks at the site, there are larger theropod tracks here as well.
Yeah,
This track type is called Eubrontes, and it was left.
That name means true thunder, or something like that. Could be good thunder, might be, but "eu" generally means like good or true or proper, and bront, that's the same root word as in Brontosaurus, thunder lizard. So Eubrontes, true thunder.
Left by the apex predator in this ecology.
Good. There you go, Ricktactyls. Yeah.
Eubrontes tracks have been found all over the early Jurassic rocks of North America. But one of the things making this site so important is that it preserves both tracks and bones.
We had a little breakthrough when we discovered this little vertebra, this backbone from a juvenile meat-eating dinosaur, which is very similar to the backbones of Dilophosaurus.
Dilophosaurus is the earliest large predatory dinosaur yet found in North America, which makes it really important to our understanding of how small dinosaurs evolved into giants. So far, only a few bones and teeth have been found here in St. George, but more complete skeletons of Dilophosaurus have been found in the slightly younger Kayenta Formation in Arizona. Those more complete skeletons show us that Dilophosaurus was a powerful predator, growing up to around 20.
And I really like this here because we've got the proper kinds of plants. I want to point this out because it's kind of subtle, but Brian Eng really did some good work here. We've got conifers and we've got a cycad here in the foreground. These are the types of plants that were around during the earliest Jurassic period. So these plants, broadly speaking, conifers and cycads, they both had representatives at the beginning of the Jurassic. So these plants are period appropriate, which is really neat. Yeah. Good stuff.
20 feet long. But this predator was unlike any before it, in part because it was truly bizarre looking, even by dinosaur standards. The bones of the air-filled sinuses in Dilophosaurus's snout grew up to form 2 hollow crests on top of its head.
Yep.
Believe it or not, these hollow bony crests are actually quite similar to those found in some modern birds, such as cassowaries and hornbills.
Bingo.
But bird-like air-filled bones didn't stop with the crests on Dilophosaurus's head.
So one of the unusual features of this vertebra, of this backbone, is that it has a bunch of very thin little sheets of bone all over the place surrounding these little hollow spaces. And what these hollow spaces were, they were filled with actual air sacs in the life of the living animal, very similar to what you see in modern-day birds.
How cool is
This
that?
adaptation actually lightens the bones, which enabled Dilophosaurus and other large theropod dinosaurs to become giants, while enabling these smaller living theropods to become light enough to take flight.
So that's a really important point, and I want to emphasize it here. Theropod dinosaurs like this, many of them had air sacs and hollows throughout their bodies. There's pneumaticity in their vertebrae and the rest of their axial skeleton like that. In dinosaurs that didn't fly, modern birds are flying dinosaurs. They're descended from theropod dinosaurs. They are theropod dinosaurs. They use that for flight. Having hollow bones makes their bodies much more lightweight overall. It's much easier to fly that way. But they didn't invent the hollow bones thing. They got that as an evolutionary hand-me-down from their dinosaur ancestors. The hollow bones of birds are an inherited trait. That's something that was passed down to them from their dinosaur ancestors, who had hollow bones in order to be faster runners on land, just be more lightweight overall. It may have also helped them with swimming, too, like we see in St. George with these dinosaur swim tracks. It probably didn't evolve to make them better swimmers, but it certainly doesn't hurt. So yeah, hollow bones, air-filled skeletons, pneumaticity throughout their bodies. This was a dinosaur trait that birds just got really lucky in inheriting, and that's one of the reasons why they evolved the ability
Maybe
to fly.
there's even dinosaurs.
Raven Clan 67, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, pretty cool, right? Yeah. Alright. Let's continue. Oh, and Jesse Vanita says, would that mean that most dinosaurs would have been pretty fragile? No. Far from it. So, just because the bones are hollow doesn't mean that they're fragile. In some ways, it actually makes them stronger because they're less heavy and brittle in some cases. If they've got less weight, then there's like, I don't know, you could think of it almost like ceramics, where like a really, really heavy vase, a ceramic vase, might be more breakable because you're more likely to drop it. It's got more mass to it. It's kind of bigger and more clumsy. If it were lighter weight, maybe parts of it were hollow, it might be less likely to break in a lot of ways. You know? There's less mass at the top pushing down and threatening to crumple the whole thing, too. I hope that's a good example, or a good analogy. Maybe it's not. But that's kind of how I think about these things. Yeah. Think of a solid iron bar versus an iron tube, says Jody Fish. In a way, yeah. Yeah. And where's an engineer when we need one to explain this? There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. And do bats have hollow bones? They do, a place in EU, but bats don't have hollow bones in the same way that birds do. I think bat bones, I know they do tend to be very delicate. I feel like they're more delicate than bird bones. For one thing, bats haven't been doing their thing for as long as birds have, and they didn't evolve from ancestors who had already figured out the hollow bones thing. Bats, in many ways, are still kind of catching up to birds in some respects. Yeah. Bats also don't have the same respiratory system that birds do.
I mean, every bone that we find tells us something about how the world was 80 million years ago, which is pretty neat.
It is pretty neat. MMN man, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Yeah, the pneumaticity of birds is pretty incredible. Just the There we go. So birds they're all full of air. It's nuts. There's their lung right there. This is, I guess, a crow or a raven? It's like a raven. Forward air sacs, rear air sacs, and then their bones are also hollow and they're hooked up to that respiratory system right there. So every time a bird breathes, the air is not just going, well, first it goes into the air sacs, and then it goes from the air sacs into the lungs. And then it goes from the lungs, well, I don't know the specific order. So let's just say, when a bird breathes in, the air is going into the air sacs, into the lungs, and into the skeleton, too. So this allows them to oxygenate their cells much better than a mammal can. Birds have a very efficient way of breathing. It allows them to fly a lot higher and faster and longer than bats can. For instance, bats are mammals. They're not blessed with this kind of evolutionary hand-me-down. They don't have this advantage. They're just not as well adapted for flying as birds are in many ways. Does that make sense? And that kind of air-filled architecture is something that Saurischian dinosaurs, the theropods and sauropods, they had this, and then birds inherited that from their theropod ancestors. So here, you've got a big sauropod dinosaur, big diplodocid. This is like Diplodocus or maybe Gallimiopus. Everything that's blue is air. This highly saturated electric blue back here, these are air sacs. That dark grayish blue, those are the lungs. And then this light kind of sky blue, this baby blue, these are the pneumatic spaces in and around the vertebrae. So every time this animal would breathe in, air would go through some of those hollows in space. Well, first it would go down the trachea, I guess, and into the air sacs and into the lungs. But it would also permeate these bones too, helping bring oxygen to all of the cells in there. So these dinosaurs obviously are not flying. They don't have wings. They're way too heavy for that. But that pneumaticity, that air-filledness would have helped them to move around on land so much more gracefully than if they were big and heavy and clunky like, say, an elephant. These guys would be more lightweight than you would imagine for how big they were. They're not as dense as your equivalent size mammal. And this would have made them more active animals in a lot of ways than like an equivalent size mammal. So yeah, pretty cool, right? And Catatoon says bats don't fly very high either. This is true. Yeah. So birds tend to be far more aerobatic than bats in general. Yeah. Here, we haven't looked at this video in a good while. Let's take a look. Here we go. From SciShow.
All right, everybody, breathe in. Now, let it out. Wow! That was inefficient. We mammals empty our lungs when we breathe out, and that's kind of a waste. During that time, the body doesn't have fresh air to pull oxygen from. Dinosaurs breathed.
So that's an important point. You know, we breathe in and we breathe out. And that's actually a very nice way to, you know, kind of calm yourself in a stressful situation. You know, when people say take a deep breath, there's a real physiological, you know, anatomical reason for that. Like, it actually works. It helps you calm down. You're getting more oxygen to your brain because we're just not naturally super good at that in the way that birds are. Like, yeah, like you can breathe manually, so to speak, and actually get more oxygen to your cells than if you're just walking around, talking, doing whatever else. When you're focusing on other things. When you really focus on your breathing, it makes like a real physiological difference. It can affect your mood. It can affect the way that you think. All of that stuff. It's different for birds, you know?
Body doesn't have fresh air to pull oxygen from. Dinosaurs breathed very differently. We're pretty sure they had unidirectional airflow. So T-Rex and its dinosaur buddies probably had cooler lungs than you. And their feathered cousins alive today still breathe this way, an adaptation which helps them dominate the skies. Unidirectional airflow works a little something like this. When a bird breathes in, it doesn't fill up its lungs. It fills up air sacs around its lungs instead. This air then moves into its lungs when it breathes out. So all the old air is replaced by this fresh external stash. That means
So what this means is that rather than just being like breathing in and breathing out like we do, really kind of like simple system, it's almost like our lungs are balloons where they inflate and deflate. In birds, it's more complex than that. There's more things going on. So the air sacs fill up, and then they push the air out, and the air goes into the lungs. And then it also goes through the rest of the skeleton, too. It's making more stops along the way, and so they're pulling more oxygen out of the air. And that also means that they're not, like us, breathing in and breathing out. When we're breathing out, that means our cells are not getting oxygen during that moment. It's only when we're inhaling that our cells are getting that oxygen. With birds, it's not like that. It's a multi-step process, and like they're getting oxygen the whole every step along the way, basically. Yeah.
The lungs are never waiting for the next breath of oxygen-rich air. If we could get our lungs to breathe like this, we would probably upgrade our athletic performance considerably. After all, we would eliminate the oxygen-lacking exhalation step, and getting more oxygen is the whole point of doing physiological hacks like blood doping. And at first, that's why...
And you remember who got caught for blood doping, right? Yeah. That guy. There you go, Steel Nico, yeah. Yeah. That would make dinosaurs great didgeridoo players. I mean, yeah, it's like circular breathing almost, Catatoon, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
After all, we would eliminate the oxygen-lacking exhalation step, and getting more oxygen is the whole point of doing physiological hacks like blood doping. And at first, that's why biologists thought birds evolved this neat trick, because the constant supply of oxygen gave them a wing up for flight. But there's a problem with this idea. Alligators, also crocodiles, and certain iguanas and monitor lizards. Turns out lots of animals breathe unidirectionally, and many of them do not fly. As biologists have figured out these species breathe this way, they've grown less confident about why it evolved in the first place.
And are all birds like this? They are now, yeah. Especially wondering about flightless birds, because flightless birds evolved from ancestors who could fly. Ostriches, rheas, cassowaries, emus. They all evolved from ancestors that could fly. The only birds that survived the end Cretaceous extinction event, the one that wiped out the rest of the dinosaurs, the only birds that survived are ones that could fly. No flightless bird survived that. So that means all of the birds today who can't fly, ostriches, penguins, etc., they had ancestors who could fly after the KPG extinction. Does that make sense? All flightless birds are descended from volant, flighted birds.
Or even when. Since it's found in birds, crocodilians, and some lizards, it's possible that unidirectional flow evolved over 310 million years ago, and the common ancestor of all those groups, maybe as a way of helping this early reptilian clear out its lungs. When we breathe, some old air tends to be left behind, and when we sit still or aren't breathing deeply, even more air tends to linger, which...
Again, I was talking about the, breathing deeply thing. When you breathe really deeply, it helps clear out some of that old air. And that's good for your brain. It's good for your cells.
Which isn't awesome because it can take up valuable space, leading to less oxygen per breath.
Thank you, Mommy
if
does.
Early
That's
reptiles
relevant.
were
Thank you.
pretty
We'll look at
sedentary, like many are today, this lingering air issue could have been a problem for them. Maybe even enough of one that they evolved a way to shove it all out. But unidirectional breathing has only been found in a couple of lizards, so it's possible lizards evolved it independently of birds.
That's almost 2 years.
And there you go. Dr. Irrefutable, thank you. Tier 2 at 24 months. Appreciate that, Dr. Irrefutable. Thank you for the ongoing support. That means a lot to me. Appreciate you. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, here's a video of demoiselle cranes crossing over Everest. Here we go.
Demoiselle cranes try to escape the harsh winters in Mongolia by flying south to the warmer climes of India.
What's crazy about this is that when they cross over Mount Everest, they are flying higher than helicopters can fly. The air up there is so thin that helicopters cannot achieve lift. Human beings need an oxygen supply if they want to climb to the top of Everest, usually. Some people like Sherpas. Is that the proper term? I'm not a... Apologies if I'm using antiquated terminology here. But the people who live in that area, some of them are better adapted to this, but if we had somebody showing up from Toledo, Ohio, and she wants to go climb Mount Everest, she's going to need an oxygen supply. Birds can fly over the top of that. But flying is such a metabolically expensive activity. It requires so much more out of your body than just walking, you know? Jupeo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah.
To get there, they have to cross the highest mountain range on Earth.
It's nuts.
The Himalayas.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
As the sun heats these great slopes, warm air rises from the valleys, turning by late morning to ferocious winds.
Is that Patrick Stewart, really? I don't know if I hear it.
The cranes hit violent turbulence.
Sir Pat Stewart, yeah.
They'll have to turn back or risk certain death.
Back when I used to do a lot more impressions, that was always
called for still more protection. He simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Oh, back when I used to do a lot of like voices and stuff, I don't really do that much anymore. But one of the phrases I would always use in order to get into a Patrick Stewart voice was the phrase, if you survive. Like, if you survive. It's been a long time. Not been really do that anymore, but yeah. If you survive. He might even say that in this, who knows? Anyway, pretty darn cool. Let's see when they go over the top.
In the final ascent, every wing beat is a desperate battle against the freezing winds.
Jeez. So bats can't do this. Don Hagen, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Mr. Alex359 has been lurking a while, liking the content. Thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Yeah. This is bats cannot do this. I don't know what the maximum altitude for any species of bat to fly is. It's certainly lower than this. Look at that. It's going over Everest. Bonkers.
At last, they've made it. They've conquered the highest peaks on Earth.
Incredible.
On the other side, the sanctuary for the winter.
Yeah. 3,000 meters above the ground? Okay, Google answer. 3,000 meters is about, what, 9,200 feet? 9,100 feet?
Could you imagine climbing
Observation.
Everest and
You couldn't
seeing
see a
flock
thing.
of cranes above
Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Community time. Thank you for the 3 months of support. I appreciate that. Can I imagine climbing Everest and seeing a flock of cranes above me? I can now. Yeah. Astonishing. You know? Really amazing. Just amazing. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty darn cool. And that's because they've got this respiratory system, among other things. In order to be able to make that kind of a flight, honestly, in order to be able to do that, you have to have a bunch of different things working in your favor. You need the respiratory system, like we're talking about, those special lungs, the hollow bones, all that stuff, in order to be able to, you know, fly. But you also need insulation. It's so cold up there that you need some way to keep your body from freezing. They have it in the form of feathers, which are an extraordinarily versatile and kind of like technical piece of equipment. Feathers are incredibly complex and intricate. They're extraordinarily lightweight. They could be super warm. You know, like what's the warmest kind of blanket you can get? Down blankets are right up there, filled with goose feathers. You need to have a high metabolism. Like you need to actually be able to turn calories that you consume into energy that you can use for moving your body. You need good senses to be able to tell you excellent balance and sight and maybe even smell for being able to navigate like this. We still don't really know how birds are able to navigate. Like, do they have some sort of structure in their brain that allows them to tell cardinal directions even in the dark? I don't think we really know. There's so many different things that you have to have in order for this to be possible, and they have all of them, and it's extraordinary, you know? It's just amazing. Let's get back to their lungs.
An example
and their
of convergent evolution. That could bump the origin of unidirectional breathing to when just those groups last shared an ancestor about 250 million years ago. And that's right around the Permian extinction, the largest mass extinction in Earth's history.
So this is the one before the Triassic period, is the Permian extinction.
It was bad enough that scientists often just call it the Great Dying. And it just so happens that at this time, the amount of oxygen in the air dropped dramatically. So some experts think unidirectional breathing helped keep this lineage of reptiles from suffocating, which
is interesting. It could be that the ancestors of dinosaurs developed this kind of unidirectional airflow respiratory system. And that's what allowed them to survive the greatest extinction event in Earth history. Like, it's possible.
Could either explain how they made it through or why the trait evolved. Whether it was 250 or 310 million years ago, though, it's pretty clear that one-way breathing appeared long before birds took to the skies. Still, it helps them dominate the air now. Sure, there are flying mammals, namely bats, but on the whole, they can't fly as high or as far as birds. While breath for breath, birds and bats get about...
So there's an idea that the reason why bats mostly come out at night... There are exceptions. There are diurnal bats, to be sure. But it could be that bats are mostly just hanging out at night, coming out of hiding at night, because birds dominate the daytime. And if you have bats flying around during the daytime, they will get picked off and eaten by predatory birds. And indeed, there are some predatory birds that specialize in eating bats at night. You get various kinds of hawk. I think there's certain species in Africa that specialize in eating bats. Owls will eat bats too when they get the chance. Sometimes they can catch them. You know, bats they're fascinating animals, and it's amazing that they're a kind of mammal that has literally evolved powered flight. But they're, you know, it's kind of a skill issue. They're not as good at flying as birds are. They're just not. And so owls can sometimes pick off bats in midair and eat them. Yeah.
The same amount of oxygen.
There you go, Clever.
Birds' super smooth breathing keeps getting them new air no matter what. That makes them much better at flying in low oxygen environments, like at really high altitudes where bats would suffocate. So even if unidirectional breathing didn't evolve for or because of flight, it sure helps birds excel at it.
Yep. There you go. I'll give you a link to that video right there. Good stuff. Aren't bats the only flying mammals? They are, Mr. Alex359, yeah. The only mammals that have true powered flight. There's other things like flying squirrels, but they don't fly. That's falling with style. They're gliding. It's not powered flight where they can gain altitude by burning calories. So yeah. Yeah. And there are a lot of them. Yeah, this is very true, Charlie's Dragon. Bats are extremely speciose. I'm not trying to rag on bats. You know, I'm not trying to say, oh, bats are no good. No, they're extraordinary animals. let's jump to mammals here on our tree of life. Whoops, that's not what I was trying to do. Sorry. Go away. Let's start over. I wasn't trying to do a tour. I was just trying to go to that group. Let's jump into the mammals here. So, living mammal species, we've got about 5,000 of them, give or take. How many of those are bats? Let's jump to bats here. Chiroptera. $1,055 by this count. So, a full fifth of all mammal species are bats. So over 1,000. There you go, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. And why, says Claire? A big part of it is that they're small. Bats tend to be pretty small mammals, and small animals in general tend to be more speciose. Also, flying can just open up so many new niches to you. You can distribute yourself. It's so much easier to travel and find new environments, new habitats, new niches, and so it's much easier to speciate. If there's say there's a new island chain that pops up because of volcanic activity. Think about like the Hawaiian Islands. You know, they come up out of the seafloor, and you've got free real estate there. New worlds to be conquered. And Sazastaf, thanks for the follow. Say there's one species of bat that somehow ends up on those new islands. It gets blown there by a storm or something. And it's new to this island chain. That one bat species might turn into 50 bat species because they just keep splitting and finding new nooks and crannies, new little ecosystems that pop up there, new niches that they can exploit. It's really easy to do that because they can fly, so they can distribute themselves really easily. They're relatively small. It's easy to specialize when you're a small animal because you don't need that much food. There might be certain bat species that focus on eating mosquitoes or gnats or flies. There might be other species that will evolve to eat nectar from flowers. And then that one nectar-eating species might evolve into 10 different species, each focusing on a different species of flower or something like that, you know? It's easier to speciate, to spread into new niches and become new species when you're a small critter. So, it's true of bats, and it's also true of, the other most speciose group of mammals, the rodents. They're small too, and there's 2,000 species of them. So there you go. So bats and rodents combined make up 60% of all mammal species. How cool is that, you know? Very cool. Very cool. I want to speciate, but I can only breathe, says Kaide. Well, yeah. That kind of gets into a core idea that we talk about all the time here. When we're talking about the mechanisms of evolution. Individual organisms do not evolve. Evolution only happens generation to generation. You're a little bit different from your parents, or a little bit different from your grandparents, etc., etc. You can think of that as evolutionary change over time. You get enough of that, you get millions of those generations, you can have a lot of changes. They can really build up. But individual organisms, like me, I'm not going to evolve. I've got one life to live, and then I'm done. But if I ever have any offspring, they might be a little bit different from me. That's how evolution occurs. One generation is a little bit different from the one before it. So speciation is when you've got evolution in different directions. When a species, a population, splits. The descendants like go in different directions, genetically, morphologically, etc. Individual creatures can't speciate, just like they can't evolve. You know, evolution only happens between generations. So yeah. Anywho. But yeah. And who said tiny wasn't good, says Ice Ellen. Yeah. No, it certainly works really well for a lot of different critters. Rodents, bats. Among birds. Within aves, the ones that are the smallest, well, some of the ones that are smallest are some of the most diverse. So, here, ratites and tinamous. These are the biggest modern birds. We've got one species of ostrich. That's the biggest bird alive today. We've got 2 species of rhea. We've got 1 species of emu, and then several cassowary species. Yeah, cassowaries and emus, there's only 4 species. Let's look at passerine birds, passeriformes. How many species of them are there? You know, over 5,000. Almost 6. These are the small perching birds. Yeah. It's pretty wild to think about. Almost 6,000 species of perching birds. And what's the largest one? What's the largest passerine bird? There we go. The raven. The raven is the largest passerine bird. And ravens are large-ish, but they're not that big. That being the biggest one is kind of nuts. So yeah. Anywho, interesting to think about. So yeah. Anyway, we got into all of this because dinosaurs like this had hollow bones. Yeah, pretty cool. And that gave them big advantages. It allowed them to do all kinds of cool things. Having hollow bones, even without the ability to fly, just walking around on land. You know, you're lighter weight, you can run faster, you can oxygenate your cells better because you've got that unidirectional airflow respiratory system. Yeah.
But bird-like air-filled bones didn't stop with the crests on Dilophosaurus's head.
So one of the unusual features of this vertebra, of this backbone, is that it has a bunch of very thin little sheets of bone all over the place surrounding these little hollow spaces.
Sketchy Track says I learned more here than I did in school. I'll take that as a huge compliment. Thank you. I hope none of your teachers are watching and reading your comments, though. I appreciate you, Sketchy Tracks.
And what these hollow spaces were, they were filled with actual air sacs in the life of the living animal, very similar to what you see in modern-day birds.
This adaptation actually lightens the bones, which enabled Dilophosaurus and other large theropod dinosaurs to become giants, while enabling these smaller living theropods to become light enough to take flight.
Yeah.
But what were these strange predatory dinosaurs?
Oh, somebody was asking earlier, too, they had a really good question. Did pterosaurs, the flying reptiles, did they have the same kind of respiratory system? Pterosaurs are the flying reptiles, what members of the public often call pterodactyls. Did these guys have that same kind of respiratory system? And the answer is, yeah, almost certainly. And these guys would have been incredible flyers, too.
Girder.
Yeah. Extraordinarily thin hollow bones. Yes, Claire.
Girder.
Yeah. And Mr. Alex says, aren't birds and reptiles somewhat closely related? No. Birds are reptiles. Birds are a kind of dinosaur, and dinosaurs are a kind of reptile. Birds are therefore a kind of reptile. Yeah. This runs counter, I think, to a lot of... we were talking about this a couple weeks ago. you know, what people learn in 3rd grade here in the U.S. You know, we've got, 5 animal groups. Fish, reptiles, birds, mammals, and frogs. It should be amphibians, not frogs. What about the salamanders? Anyway. This is wrong. Or at least it's, oversimplified to the point that it's basically wrong. Yeah, this was kind of like a pre-evolution conception of things. Before we really realized that living things were truly related to each other, and that living things evolve over time and they give rise to new species. Amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals all evolved from fish. So they are, strictly speaking, a kind of fish. Birds evolved from dinosaurs, which are a kind of reptile. So that means birds are a kind of reptile. So it's not 5 different animal groups. It's more of a... Well, it's a tree of life. Like this. There we go. So tetrapods are this group of animals that they have bones, they live on land. This includes the amphibians. It includes the amniotes, which is mammals and sauropsids, aka reptiles. And birds, turtles, and crocodilians. The archosaurs are a kind of reptile. Birds and crocodilians are there together. You had non-bird dinosaurs right here. This tree doesn't really show extinct groups of animals. It only shows the living ones. So your non-bird dinosaur should be right here, and then birds evolved from them. So birds are a kind of archosaur, which are a kind of archelosaur, which are a kind of sauropsid, reptile, which are a kind of amniote, which are a kind of tetrapod, and tetrapods, this is the reptiles, the mammals, the amphibians. Tetrapods are a kind of dipnotetrapodomorph, which are a kind of lobe-finned fish. Pretty awesome. Yeah. It's wild to think about, but there you go. This is our understanding, you know? This... It's incomplete and simplified to the point where it's basically incorrect. Yeah. Like, this is the kindergarten version of things. I like to think we're above that level here on Paleontologizing. Yeah. Catatune says, a good teacher still manages to at least teach their students to stay curious about the world and search for answers. Exactly, yeah. And so, I don't know, if you're talking with kindergartners, you know, I'll talk about these groups of animals here. And I'll try and keep things nice and simple, but I think all of us here are hopefully equipped to deal with more complexity, more nuance. We're equipped to think about things on a slightly higher level, you know? So yeah. Anyhow, let's continue this video and try and finish it out. Yeah. But yeah.
Dinosaurs doing along the shoreline of Lake Dixie.
There you go, Claire.
The reason tracks are so important is because they actually record the behavior and movements of these animals in the environment where they actually lived.
Yeah.
And the tracks at this site reveal surprising behaviors that nobody would have guessed based on bones alone.
Isn't so cool.
So what we have here is a collection of dinosaur swim tracks. These are made by small meat eaters that are buoyed up in the water. And as they're kicking their feet, their toes strike the muddy bottom, leaving these parallel sets of 3 scrape marks.
How cool is that?
Here at the
So we know that this is from a muddy lake bottom. You can tell that just based on the lithology, based on the way that, you know, the way that the rock looks, the way that it's laid out like that. clearly the bottom of a body of water. And then you get these weird, it's almost like the animal was, if it were dry land, this animal would have to be hovering above and then just like barely going tink, 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 tink with its feet. But no, it's under, this is all covered by water. So clearly this animal is buoyed up by the water, it's floating there, and it's kicking with its hind feet as it's swimming.
Thank you for your work.
And just kind of barely scraping the bottom like that.
Dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
Exactly.
No,
and I
not
certainly
correct.
wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Catatoon, thank you for the 8 months of support. Thanks for keeping me here online so I can continue to do this. I appreciate that, Catatoon. Thank you, thank you. Let's continue.
Dinosaur Discovery Site at Johnson Farm, we have the world's largest and best preserved collection of dinosaur swim tracks. And these tracks ended all controversy on whether or not dinosaurs actually swam.
So yeah, before it was kind of, I always thought this was kind of funny where like, you look at old dinosaur books, yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to find you an example of this concept in a lot of like older dinosaur books. Here. You'll see images of duck-billed dinosaurs, or maybe sauropods, and they're retreating into the water. And there's like a frustrated carnivorous dinosaur, like maybe Tyrannosaurus, on the shore, just looking and going, darn, they got into the water, now I can't chase them.
A real dinosaur?
Alien Anarchy, thanks for the follow. I'm trying to find you an example of this, and it's hard to put in the right search terms to get that. Anywho, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, that kind of does it. There we are. The mighty Allosaurus is hungry. So here he is, tracking down some huge plant eaters. They are brontosaurs, coming home from the secret place where they lay their eggs. For safety, they often travel together, but one is lagging behind the herd. Allosaurus strides closer and closer. Then, just at the last moment, the lone brontosaur splashes into the river. There she is safe, for meat eaters are not built to go into the water. This is, completely incorrect. We now know that these dinosaurs would have been very good at swimming. And we have direct evidence of that. There was kind of this old assumption that, you know, theropod dinosaurs, they're just not built for swimming. They couldn't do it. And, yeah, the discovery of those swim tracks like that just showed at a glance, basically, this idea is completely wrong. These guys were super comfortable in the water. They would have swam all the time if they wanted to, you know?
Parallel sets of 3 scrape marks. Here at the Dinosaur Discovery Site at Johnson Farm, we have the world's largest and best preserved collection of dinosaur swim tracks. And these tracks ended all controversy on whether or not dinosaurs actually swam.
And in a few cases, the scratch marks left by swimming become footprints of animals walking up the muddy banks. And in one case, sitting down on the shoreline.
And Swagoon, this is going to be really cool in a second here. So I'm pausing this to say thank you, Swagoon, for being here. Can you do a flip? Sorry, I'm doing science outreach right now. Maybe come back tomorrow. Maybe I'll do a flip on stream. And Sazasaf, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah.
to rest.
Here is the circular depression, which is caused by the pelvis and the hips touching down, called the ischial callosity, so basically a dinosaur butt print. And then here we have the metatarsal impressions, so the left and the right feet side by side as the animal sat back on its heels. So here we can see curved marks right here. These are caused by the hands as the animal crouched. And
it's
what
so
we can
cool.
see is that the hands were turned inward. For the longest time, a lot of paleontologists reconstructed meat-eating dinosaurs with their palms down. And these animals couldn't do that based on what we know of the bones. And this is the first trace that actually shows hand impressions with a meat-eating dinosaur trace. And it shows that the hands are in fact turned inward.
How cool is that? We got to see this in person when we did a tour of the museum there about a month ago. Really neat. So yeah, just a dinosaur sitting down, you know, having a little rest there on the muddy banks of this this giant lake. Pretty cool.
But tracks aren't the only things preserved here. And the other fossils found here suggest what these predatory animals might have been swimming at.
So fossil fish right here. We've got these lovely scales. There's the orbit, the eye socket right there. There's the front of the head, the snout, fin, and then the back is kind of scrunched up. But, yeah.
After in the water.
Right, what we have here is a meat-eating dinosaur tooth, a theropod dinosaur tooth that was found here at the site. What's unusual about this tooth is that most meat-eating dinosaur teeth have little serrations like a steak knife going down the edges. This one is lacking those. Instead, it has these little blank patches where those serrations should be. This indicates that the serrations have been worn off of this tooth while the dinosaur was still alive. And that suggests it was eating something very rough, probably fish that were very heavily armored, such as the ones that lived in Lake Dixie 200 million years ago at this site.
Yeah.
Many of the tracks here are preserved as natural casts.
So anyway, this is really important. I talked about the wear on the teeth and everything. This is why these dinosaurs are hanging out there in the water, why they're going for swims and stuff. A, because it's probably fun, you know. Everybody likes a nice swim. But
An armored giant,
it's a nice way to get a good meal.
wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machine.
Cello Raven, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Attila the Mom, great name, says, so I understand how bones get fossilized, but can you explain how footprints get preserved? Yeah, so in a case like this, I think that might even be the next clip here. Let's take a look, and if this isn't described here well enough, or if you have any questions, I'll try and explain it in more detail.
Something very rough, probably fish that were very...
Many of the tracks here are preserved as natural casts.
Yep.
Natural casts are formed when a layer of mud or sand flows into a footprint and fills it up.
So there you go. In order to get a natural cast like that, you have to have two different kinds of sediment. So maybe it's mud underneath, and that's like, you know, this dinosaur steps in the mud, leaves a footprint there, and then it gets filled in by sand. So you have to have a difference in the lithology, different materials. If it was just all mud, then it wouldn't be preserved. It would just be a solid layer of mud. So you have to have a depression in the mud, and then sand fills it in, so you have a difference between the sand and the mud, and then you can identify a track. Does that make sense? Here.
Many of the tracks here are preserved as natural casts. Natural casts are formed when a layer of mud or sand flows into a footprint and fills it up.
Yep.
Millions of years later, when the two layers of stone are separated, sometimes they separate so perfectly that the three-dimensional form of the animal's foot can be seen in the natural cast.
How cool is that? Makes so much sense. Good. I'm glad it's making sense.
Further adding to the bird-like character of these animals is the fact that some of these tracks also preserve detailed impressions of
Look at that.
dinosaur skin.
Nuts.
Which looks...
So it's so detailed that you can see the skin texture. 200 million years old, and you can see the skin texture there. Just bonkers. It's so cool.
just like the scaly skin on the feet of modern birds.
The reason why we have such great preservation at this site is because of the high clay content that the animal stepped in. Now, perfect for preserving skin impressions and real nice details in footprints.
The museum you're about to explore is a portal into an ancient world where forests, rivers, and sand dunes interacted with a vast system of lakes and recorded in their mud and sand the bones and behaviors of the first large predatory dinosaurs, hunting, swimming, and displaying bird-like adaptations millions of years before the first birds had even evolved. Welcome to the strange world of the early Jurassic.
This is where we were for the past week. Good stuff. I'll be giving you more updates from the sites as they come up. We'll call up Andrew again tomorrow when they're back out there digging, and hopefully we'll have some good news to report. So, yeah, good stuff. Here's a link to that video, by the way. And with that, it's ringing for 5 hours now. I still have to keep unpacking my vehicle after having just gotten back from St. George, Utah. And there's a bunch of other stuff I got to take care of, too. So, we are gonna wrap things up for today. But I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Let's put a Deinonychus under our credits here. Come on, credits. Let me get the login again. There we go. Yeah. I had a good stream today. I hope you had fun watching. Hope you learned something. I learned some things. I always do when I stream. We'll be streaming again tomorrow, 1 p.m. California time. Maybe a little bit after that, actually. I think I might be heading to Berkeley. And unless I get super lucky catching the train and then catching the bus, if they're both early, maybe we'll be back on time. It'll probably be 1:30, honestly, at least before I get started. But I'm looking forward to tomorrow's stream. We're going to be going over some fossil news. We've got some brand new dinosaurs just published that we'll discuss, as well as a few other publications in vertebrate paleontology. It's going to be a lot of fun. And of course, we're going to be doing a lot of Q&A, updates from St. George. We'll give Andrew a call, all that good stuff. Thank you, everybody who's appearing here in our credits. Let's go find somebody to raid into here. Maybe somebody else doing some science on Twitch, if
the
we're
world's
lucky.
first armored tank, you might say.
And thank you, Chris TV.
That trunk is completely
Appreciate that
covered with
follow.
thin, bony plates.
Good stuff. Yeah, who else is on right now? Kind of slim pickings today. So, let's see. Why don't we go right into Viridi, see what she's up to. Playing some Baldur's Gate 3. That should be fun. Alright, everybody. I appreciate you all. Oh, actually, hang on. We'll save a Viridi raid for another time.
Message up front. Try not to go extinct.
Let's go raid California Burbs.
That's it.
Yeah. And Hung Out Too Dry, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. We're going to go raid in California Burbs and see some birds right here in California. Thank you for your viewership, your attention, your questions, your enthusiasm. Thank you, everybody who supported the stream financially. It would not be possible for me to go do things like drive down to St. George and help out with that if it weren't for the support of this community, so thank you for making that possible. Thank you to everybody who contributed to buying a new chair, new camp chair for Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland. And then text him about that. He's going to be excited. And I hope to see you all tomorrow. Thank you, followers, raiders, subscribers, cheerers, gifters, moderators, and the lurkers, too. Appreciate you all. I'll catch you tomorrow. Let's go see some birds. Some modern dinosaurs. We're raiding the California Burbs right now. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.